some reason, it's these computer gremlins. They don't want to work. All right, are you Jeffrey Everhart appearing there from the jail?
Yes.
All right, this case number 24 CR 76, State of Ohio versus Jeffrey D. Everhart. This is a bond review being conducted by Zoom. Mr. Everhart was arraigned last week on 15 charges. One was having weapon under disability. The others are trafficking or possession of either fentanyl, well, mostly fentanyl, and one count each of trafficking and possession of methamphetamine. Bond was set in the absence of counsel. Mr. Blosser was appointed to represent him. He is appearing from his office, appearing from the prosecutor's office, Assistant Prosecutor King. And bond was set in the amount of $15,000. Now, Mr. Blosser, I know you just got the case late last week, but if there's anything you'd like to bring up regarding the matter of bond, the court will consider it.
Your Honor, I haven't had an opportunity to meet with Mr. Everhart yet, nor have I received the discovery, but after doing so, if it's appropriate to do so, we may be filing a motion to have that bond addressed at a later date.
All right. Mr. King?
Nothing, Your Honor. So we just asked that the current bond remain at this time.
Well, I do note from the Ohio Court Network report that there are previous felony convictions and prison terms, so based upon that, at least at this time, the matter will remain the same. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. White. Not a problem. All right, this is case number 24 CR 71, State of Ohio versus John W. Campbell IV. You're John W. Campbell IV, appearing there from the jail?
Yes.
All right, this is a bond review hearing. Mr. Campbell's appearing from the jail by Zoom. His attorney, Jacob Wagner, is in the courtroom, and Assistant Prosecutor King is representing the state. The defendant was arraigned last week on 4 counts of aggravated trafficking and 4 counts of aggravated possession of methamphetamine, third-degree felonies. Bond was set in the amount of $15,000 in the absence of counsel, so pursuant to statutory requirement, the court's conducting the bond review at this time. Mr. Wagner, anything you'd like to bring up?
Not at this time, Your Honor. The only thing, I have spoken to the prosecutor. I'm not sure if it's this case or my other one, and I will gladly stay on this. I don't mean this to come out wrong. He may have another pending case, Your Honor, where I don't know if it makes more efficiency to...
A pending case open at night, Mr.
I think so. Mr. King may know more. I don't know
if I may, that's Travis Blevins. That's not this defendant.
It's the next
Oh,
one.
okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Nothing at this time, Your Honor. I'm going to try to see him today or tomorrow. Then, if I feel a bond reduction is appropriate, I'll file it with the court, Your Honor.
All right. Well, bond will remain the same then at this time. All right. Thank you. All right, Travis. And he has a different case, you say, Mr. King?
So he currently has a felony possession pending, and also has a PV pending, and Mr. Kirk is the attorney on both of those cases.
Oh, all right. Well, then in that case, I think it makes sense, Mr. Wagner, to vacate your appointment and appoint Mr. Kirk.
I don't mind staying on it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just awkward having 2 different attorneys, 2 different schedules. So I'll go ahead and do that then.
Yes, sir.
Vacate appointment of Mr. Wagner and appoint Dennis Kirk, and he happens to be on the call at this point. So Mr. Kirk doesn't mean to ambush you, but I'm going to go ahead and appoint you since you had the other cases. I didn't realize that at the time. So Mr. Blevins was arraigned on aggravated trafficking and meth, a second-degree felony, aggravated possession, a third, and aggravated possession of fentanyl, a fifth-degree felony. So bond was set last week in the amount of $10,000. Is there anything you'd like to say regarding bond, Mr. Kirk?
I would just note that Mr. Blevins is already currently incarcerated on the other charges, and he's not been able to make any bond. And I'm not sure, but on the PV, he may not even have a bond. So
Yeah.
would ask the court to reconsider bond.
All right. Mr. King?
Thank you, Your Honor. Given that the defendant already has another case pending in this court, as well as a probation violation pending, the state feels that the current bond is appropriate and necessary. That's all. Thank you.
All right, well, I'll leave bond the same. in all the cases. And Mr. Kirk will be in contact with you, Mr. Blevins. Thank you. All right, Donald Allen's next, please. All right, are you Donald Ray Allen Jr.?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is case number 24 CR 79, State of Ohio versus Donald Ray Allen Jr. This is a bond review being conducted by Zoom. Mr. Allen was arraigned last week, and bond was set without counsel, so pursuant to statute, the review is being conducted. Miss Daniel Witt was appointed to represent the defendant. She is actually in juvenile court in Fayette County at the moment, so I believe Mr. Kirk is going to cover for her. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Assistant Prosecutor King is appearing on behalf of the state. Defendant was arraigned on, looks like 4 third-degree felonies. I'm sorry, 5 third-degree felonies and 1 second-degree felony. They're all aggravated trafficking in meth or possession. And then the second-degree felonies, count 5, and that was in the vicinity of a school zone alleged, so that makes it a second-degree felony. Mr. Kirk, anything you'd like to say?
Thank you, Your Honor. I did speak briefly with Ms. Witt. She did not have any history yet on this defendant, so if she gets additional information that would warrant a motion to modify the bond or review the bond, she advised she filed it at that time.
All right, Mr. King?
Thank you, Your Honor. State would ask the current bond remain in place, with no count 5, the second-degree felony does carry mandatory prison. This defendant also does have prior felony convictions for possession of methamphetamine and also tampering with evidence, and has served a prior prison term. That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Well, due to the previous history and the nature of the offenses and the mandatory term on the one, if convicted, the court will leave bond the same this time, subject to further review. Thank you. Charles Lancaster next, please.
I believe he posted bond, Your Honor.
Oh, he did? Okay. All right. Then he had to go back down to juvenile court. All right. So this is case number 24 CR 75, State of Ohio versus Kyle Holland. You're Kyle Holland, appearing from the jail?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Holland was arraigned last week on 2 counts of aggravated trafficking in the vicinity of a school zone, both second-degree felonies, and 2 third-degree felony aggravated possessions of meth. Bond was set in $20,000 in the absence of counsel. So the court set the matter today for review. Mr. Wagner is in juvenile court, and Mr. Kirk is going to cover for him. And Mr. King is on behalf of the state. And is there anything, Mr. Kirk, you'd like to offer?
Not at this time. I'll advise Mr. Wagner of the status, and then if he finds information that would be appropriate to file a motion to modify or review the bond, he'll do so.
All right, Mr. King?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would just ask that the current bond remain in place with the counts 1 and 3 do carry mandatory prison if convicted. And this defendant is also currently on community control out of this court for a prior conviction for a felony for possession. So that's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Bond will remain the same then for the time being, subject to being reviewed in the future, Mr. Holland. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. I believe case number 23CV 85, Shane Maynard versus TFG&S LLC. You're Shane Maynard?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Maynard is appearing, represented by Andrew George, attorney at law, and who are the members of the TVG&S?
This is Patrick Lance.
Pardon me?
Patrick Lance.
Patrick Lance, okay.
And Ransel Richards.
Renzel?
Ransel,
Yes.
Rancil.
All right, and they're both
Sorry,
members of the,
They are the members of
The members,
TFGNS.
Lance, Patrick Lance and Renzel Richards, okay. The defendants represented by Catherine Hapner, attorney at law. All right, we're here for trial. Plaintiff, wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Do you prefer if attorneys stand at the
Yes,
podium?
it doesn't matter, you can make it from there or whichever you prefer, just as long as you're standing.
I prefer to share.
Your Honor, I think as I was going through my prep and working on this pretrial statement, it seemed like kind of need a map to help out with some of this stuff. And like every useful map, you have to have a key. So I think starting with kind of a key here might help us navigate through a stack of documents and some testimony. As you mentioned, Shane Maynard is the plaintiff in this case. There's a name that you'll see on some of the documents you'll hear, and it's Rock Bottom Construction. Rock Bottom Construction is a trade name. Essentially, it's a DBA. It is not incorporated, but whenever you hear Rock Bottom, that is Shane. Your Honor, the defendant, as you mentioned, is TFG&S, which is an LLC. TFG&S, the principals are Patrick Lance. Sometimes you'll see Mr. Lance referred to as Andy in some of the, I think, text messages. And then, as you mentioned, also Ransel Richards. And as we just got into, Ransel's name is spelled about 20 different ways in the pleadings and exhibits, etc., but we all know it's Ransel. The property itself, Your Honor, probably bears a little bit of explanation. The subject of this action is variously referred to as the Maxwell Farm, Locust Road properties.
I'm familiar with the Maxwell Farm.
Okay.
And the Maxwells, yeah.
And there's actually another reference that came up in the deposition that was Belfast properties, I think. Any of those references are this same property.
Yeah.
The property itself, Your Honor, I think is 95-ish acres. It was, maybe still is, 3 separate parcels, 3 addresses. And all of these come into play today. 1028, which was a single wide, 1030, a double wide, and then 1032, which is essentially the farm itself. And Your Honor, just like 3 separate properties here, we had 3 separate, I'm going to say for lack of a better word, jobs, 3 separate deals. Deal number 1, we have an express contract. We have an exhibit proposal with an express contract that we alleged was in writing, signed by everyone. I think we may hear some testimony today, as I did in the eviction and as I did in depositions, that contract, they didn't see it, they didn't sign it, that my client maybe put that together, took a signature page off something else, etc. Your Honor, for as much argument as we've had about this contract, I think it may be a little bit of a red herring because all of the parties agree on what the terms were. And so the terms were very simple. Shane was to do $30,000 of work on 1030, and in return for that work, he gets 1028. So that's the first deal. The second deal, Your Honor, became essentially a modification of the first. Farm cleanup was added to Shane's list of work, his list of jobs to do. And in return, the payment changed. So not only was Shane to get 1028 now, he was to get essentially what I would say would be an option on 1030. Ownership of 1028, and then he has a right to buy 1030 at $80,000, $85,000, some figure around there. So that's deal number 2. Then deal number 3, Your Honor, involves the farm cleanup itself. The farm cleanup was on the 1032 property, the farm property. This job started with, hey, we can see trash, we can see etc., but then it evolved. It was much more extensive than anyone could have really imagined. Essentially, this farm was an environmental disaster, and the parties never really formally sat down and hammered out the details of what this deal was. So we started with express contract number 1, we had a modification number 2, and then number 3 we had something else, something that I think is probably more akin to a quasi-contract and unjust enrichment. This job, again, never really hammered out details, it just progressed. And the job as it progressed grew. Now, this wasn't done in secret, and this wasn't, I mean, it was a surprise that it was as bad as what it was, but this was ongoing. So everybody was in touch with each other. There were updates, there were phone calls, there were meetings, etc. And this project, Judge, went on for years. So this wasn't just something that was sprung on them. Now, legal issues, Your Honor. As we mentioned in chambers, there's been some pretrial statements and maybe in a pleading, I'm not sure, whether this is a statute of frauds case. I think the defendants may argue that this contract, this proposal, was never signed. It was something that Shane forged or put together. And since it involves the sale of real estate, if there's no contract, statute of frauds applies, and there's no deal and no damages. The problem with that argument, Your Honor, I think, is the part performance. So we all agreed on the terms. We all agreed. And then Shane started work. And I think the case law in Ohio is that part performance will take a deal out of the statute of frauds. It obviates the need for the writing. Now, deal number 2, Your Honor, we all agree there's no writing. This deal, this farm work for the option on 1030, never written, never a memo, anything like that. But we contend it was an oral modification of the prior express. Oral modifications, Your Honor, are binding if they're met with the same contract formalities. We had a new offer, here's some new work. We had new consideration, now you're going to get the option on 1030, and we had a meeting of the minds as to the essential terms. Here's the price. Regarding the farm cleanup, again, this started as something that everybody, I think, thought was straightforward, but then the more work Shane did, the more issues they found. It's kind of a textbook example of a job that you don't know what it entails until you dig in. I kind of liken it to, you know, if you're patching a drywall hole, but you look in the hole and there's mold, suddenly this job exploded. I think that's what happened here. A lot of it is because the problems were underground. Buried concrete, buried equipment, I think there was a couple buried semis. At one point, I think Shane said that he had to dig an 800-foot-long trench, 60 feet wide, 12, 20 feet deep, full of trash. Again, all underground that nobody knew in the beginning. So I think this, again, gets into the arena of quasi-contract, where you have a benefit conferred, and you have knowledge and acceptance of the benefit, and then, at least in our argument, an unjust enrichment in keeping the benefit without payment. Your Honor, I think you'll find during the trial today that Shane's a pretty meticulous record keeper. Other than a handful of items, he's got a receipt for every dime he spent on these jobs over 3 years. And Your Honor, Shane's not asking this court for surgeon's wages. I think he's billing his own hours at about $20 an hour. I think it's pretty, actually I think it's underpriced for the amount of work that was going on. This was difficult, bloody, dangerous work, and it was only billed at $20 an hour for Shane, and even less for his workers. And his workers included his dad, we paid, included his family, kids, we paid, included the guys that worked for him on other jobs. He basically pulled everybody together for these projects. And Judge, this evidence today that we hear, it's going to show that Shane spent, I think, it's about 45 grand out of pocket. Now, Your Honor, that's materials only. It's going to show that Shane spent, I think we came up around 100 grand on his laborers. That is dad, family, a guy named Seth, a couple other guys that worked on the project. That's 100 grand out of pocket. So now we're at almost 150 grand. I haven't even added in Shane's work. I haven't even added in his labor. Still, at $20 an hour, by Shane's calculations, he invested about $250,000 into these properties. Most of it hard money, some of it his labor. And TFG&S didn't pay a dime of that back. So who got the benefit of Shane's money and labor, his materials? I think, Your Honor, it's going to be very interesting for you to hear how much profit TFG&S stands to make when they sell this property. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Hatner, on behalf of the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. I agree with some of what Mr. George just said. I think both parties will agree that some work was done. I think both parties will agree that not a single project was completed. I take issue with Mr. George saying that TFG&S did not reimburse Mr. Maynard for anything. They paid up front, and there is no question that they paid up front. And I don't believe that Mr. Maynard will even dispute the fact that they paid up front. There was also no hourly wages. There was not a single contract that calls for hourly wages. These are all jobs. You do this work for this amount of money. So what he charges or what he is paying his employees on an hourly basis has absolutely nothing to do with this case. They were by the job. And TFG&S made many payments. Some were paid in full up front, some were paid half up front, some were paid another percentage up front. But not a single one of those jobs was ever completed. We hear about Mr. Maynard having an option to purchase 1030 Locust Road for $80,000 or $85,000. He never tendered payment, ever. Never applied to the bank for a loan. Didn't have cash to pay it. So it doesn't matter whether there was a purchase agreement for $1 or for $1 million. He never tendered anything on that. So he can hardly come in here now and say,
blood sugar levels and reverses type 2. Thousands of people are apparent.
I don't know why that came on. I've got the volume muted. Another gremlin. Go ahead.
so it's a bit disingenuous for him to come in here now and try to argue that he's owed this property or he should receive this real estate. He never tendered payment. He won't dispute that. He made a contract to clean up the farm. And there may have been more to it than what the parties initially thought. I don't know. In his deposition, at one point, Mr. Maynard said that he knew that there was a lot of hidden stuff. Another part in his deposition said he didn't know what was on there. So, one deposition, he gives both answers. But when he discovered, purportedly, that there was buried stuff, what he should have done was come back to Patrick or Ransel, TFG&S, and say, hey, look, this is more in depth than I thought. Can we modify this contract? Never did. None of these agreements were ever modified. And in the proposal, the typewritten proposal that my clients contest they never signed, there is specific language that any change orders would need to be in writing and initialed by the parties. None of that ever happened. So it's a bit disingenuous now to say, oh, wait, I spent all this money into it. I ought to get reimbursed for that. They got to get what the benefit of their bargain, what they paid for, and they did not get. Mr. George did not really mention, but there is another property, 1790 State Route 73. That's also part of this lawsuit. On that particular case, the defendants paid $23,420 up front. I'm sorry, correct that. $23,420 was the amount of the contract. They paid $16,850 up front prior to work beginning, with the $6,570 due upon completion. The work was never completed. So have they paid that $6,570? No, because the work wasn't completed. It didn't even come close to having half of it completed, and yet the plaintiff was paid much more than half of it. There was a grain bin located on the farm in Belfast, Ohio, which is on the farm.
A what?
A grain bin.
Okay.
That was to be removed. The agreement on that was $1,000. $700 was paid up front. The grain bin still stands there. Nothing's been done on it. So for the defendant to say that, oh, he's done all this work and he hasn't been paid anything is absolutely incorrect. There were, in addition, outside of TFG&S, Mr. Richards made Mr. Maynard a loan of $5,000. And I believe Mr. Maynard will admit that he's never paid any of that back. There was $4,750, I believe is the amount that came from Mr. Lance, which has never been paid back. I believe Mr. Maynard will also agree that was a loan that was never paid back. And in addition to all of that, TFG&S allowed not only Mr. Maynard but his parents and Mr. Maynard's grandmother-in-law to live on the property. Didn't charge him rent, lived there for almost 4 years rent-free, and yet he does not believe that there is any value to that at all. Mr. George mentioned that this was a years-long project. This was certainly not, in my client's minds, a 4-year-long project. In their minds, it was months, maybe a year. They never anticipated having all these people live on their property rent-free for nearly 4 years. They never anticipated it was going to take that long to finish the work on these properties. They have been out of money, they can't rent it out because Maynard and his family was living there. They can't live in the property themselves. They were going to use one of the houses as a hunting retreat, which they couldn't do because it's still not finished. And finally, they've thrown their hands up in the air and said, we're done. We're just going to sell it and be done with it. Actually, they were approached to sell it. They didn't put it on the market. They were approached by their people to sell it. And they said, you know what, why not? Let's do that. But they can't because it's being held up due to this lawsuit. So we don't believe that money is owed to Mr. Maynard. He did not complete any of the projects. Some of the projects he did were fine. Some of them were not done in a workmanlike manner. And he has certainly received compensation for the work that he did do.
Thank you. I have a question that you raised in your statement. You said that Mr. Richards believed loaned $5,000 and Mr. Lance $4,750.
Yes.
Well, was that through the
It was not
LLC?
they were personal loans to him.
Well, they're not parties individually, so it's not in your counterclaim.
We understand that. It's just information for the court to have.
Okay, all right. I just want to make that clear. All right,
Yep.
thank you.
5,000.
All right.
TFG.
Your first witness.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Mr. Lance has just informed me that $5,000 came from TFG&S.
Okay, so that would be.
That would be part of it.
The
All right.
42.
The 5,000 is from the LLC.
Yep. I'm sorry, I had that
But
wrong.
4,750 is not.
Correct.
All right, thank you. All right, your first witness.
Shane Maynard, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Maynard, you will come up and you can give him exhibit book 2.
Yeah, there's one up there, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Would you raise your right hand and be sworn, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Have a seat there, please. And after you sit down, pull that board clear to your left that's got the mic on it, and speak into the mic, please. And keep your voice up.
Okay.
All right, Mr. George, may I inquire?
Thank you, Your Honor. Shane, there should be an exhibit book to your left. And for everyone's purposes, these exhibit books, there's an index in the front. And there's some, when we get to pictures, et cetera, there's some cross references. I'll try to keep that clear. We've tried to label everything with some sub numbers to keep everything separate. There are these tabs on the side that when you get to the pictures, they sometimes hide a little bit. So if we're looking for a 15, you might have to dig a little deeper. So
Okay.
if anybody gets to a point where they can't find something, make sure they let me know and I'll help walk through it. Shane, can you state your name and address, please?
It's Shane Ray Lee Maynard. It's 1138 Palmer Road, Hillsboro, Ohio,
And Shane, how long have you been in Hillsboro?
or Seaman, Ohio.
Seaman, Ohio. How long have you been a Seaman?
Just a few months now.
You ever lived in Hillsboro?
Live in Hillsboro?
Yeah.
Yes,
How long?
for years.
You a local guy to Hillsboro? You grew up around here or no?
No, I didn't grow up around here.
Where'd you grow up?
Jamestown, Ohio.
Go to school around here?
No. Went to
Jamestown?
Greenview in Jamestown, yes.
Tell us a little bit about your education, Shane. Did you go to high school? You did go to high school?
Yes,
Did
went
you
to high
graduate?
school.
Oops,
No,
sorry.
no, I did not graduate.
Did you, any college?
No, no college.
Any sort of additional specialized education, like maybe trade training, anything like that?
No, sir.
Do you have any sort of like specifications or licenses, any certifications to do any particular type of work or anything like that?
No.
So, married, kids?
Married,
How many kids?
3.
What do you do for work?
Right now I work for TRA Outdoor Adventures.
Is that local here in town?
It's local towards Peebles.
And what is TRA?
It's Trophy Room Adventures. It's camping, kayaking, hiking, type resort.
What do you do for this company?
Just maintenance, upkeep, take care of customers, run the South Lodge.
You run the what?
South Lodge.
Okay.
How long have you done that, Shane?
I started January 1st of 24.
What did you do prior to January 1st for a living?
I was a contractor.
Can you give the court a little bit of an idea what your definition is of a contractor?
I did just about everything from plumbing, electric, built homes, bathroom remodels, windows, siding, doors, laid block, brick, stonework, roofing, metal roofs, and anything residential we did. We didn't do much heating and air or anything like that.
Now you say we, who's we?
My dad and me and all the guys that worked for me. I started in 2015, so I've been doing it for a while.
Anything specifically construction-wise that you don't do? Anything that, hey, that's not my bag?
No, we did a lot.
What is Rock Bottom Construction?
It's a company that I started shortly after I quit working for Patrick installing patient lifts.
We'll get to that. Is this Rock Bottom Construction, has it ever been incorporated as an LLC, anything like that?
No, sir, sole proprietor
Okay. How long have you used this name?
since 2015.
Anybody else involved in Rock Bottom Construction?
No, sir.
You mentioned your dad. Does your dad have some sort of like an ownership or a management role with your business?
No.
Okay.
No.
And I think you said you started in 2015 doing construction, is that right?
Yes.
What'd you do before then?
I installed patient lifts in hospitals for Patrick Lance.
Installed what?
Patient lifts in hospitals.
And in some of the exhibits, Shane, I see the name Courtney Maynard. Who's Courtney Maynard?
Courtney's my wife.
And is she involved with the Rock Bottom business?
No, not.
And this construction type work, was this mostly local to this area, or all over the state? Where were you working mostly?
No, local counties, Highland County, Adams County, Clinton County, pretty much local.
Is this commercial work, residential work? I believe you mentioned residential.
Yeah, it's all residential.
All residential. Is this corporate work, or is it for, is there one big company that sends you out to do jobs, or do you do jobs for individual people?
No, I do jobs for individuals.
And Shane, I want to talk a little bit about your relationship with the defendant. Who is TFG&S in your understanding?
TFG&S is a company that Patrick and Ransel started shortly right when they purchased the Maxwell farm.
How did you meet Patrick and Ransel?
Known Patrick since, well, actually a long time. My ex-wife's dad's married to his sister.
How long's a long time? Is this decades, years, months?
2000, 2004, between that area.
And then what about Ransel? How long have you known Ransel?
Ransel I haven't known very long at all, about 3.5 years.
Did you ever do work for Patrick or Ransel before this project that started this lawsuit?
For Patrick, yes, I worked for him for about 8 years.
And you mentioned something medical. What was this job? What was the job?
It's Midwest Medical. It was installing patient lifts in hospitals.
And so give us an idea what your general duties were in that line of business.
It was a two-man crew. We traveled all over the United States, different hospitals, new construction sites, and we installed medical equipment in the ceilings for lifting heavier patients. I did that for 8 years for Patrick. It just had a number of everything. I was the lead and I had a helper.
Were you more of on the sales side or more of on the install side? Or?
I was on the install side.
Okay. Was this employee work, subcontractor work, contract work? What was it?
It was piece work. So we got paid kind of by the piece and it averaged out to so much an hour.
How long did this medical job last?
I started, I think it was 2006, 2011, it started getting a little rocky, not being able to keep us all busy. We was getting laid off and on. Then 2014, I think it was, I decided to step out of it. And I went back in and started my business back.
And it was 2014 you stepped out, you said?
Yeah, 2014 at the end of it.
Was there any specific event that prompted that?
Yeah, it was just not enough work. We'd go to one state for one room and then be laid off for a little bit and then get 2 rooms here in another state. And I just got to where I was letting my dad and brother-in-law have the work, and I was just staying at home working on stuff.
Did you leave on good terms with Patrick?
I thought we did, yes.
And then after, I think you said 2015 is when you started the construction business?
Yeah,
right?
2015.
And did you ever reconnect with Patrick?
Not until 2019.
And how did this reconnection come about?
Patrick had contacted me about they were going to purchase a Maxwell farm and wanted me to go over with them and take a look at it. And that's the first time I reconnected back with Patrick.
Any idea when that was again? Would you say it was 2019?
Yeah, 2019.
And was this before they purchased it or after?
Just before.
Okay.
It was on a foreclosure thing that Bridget Wagner had brought to their attention.
Any idea why they asked you about the Maxwell farm?
He knew that I was doing construction and stuff, cleanup still, and I was right down the road from it, and I used to live there years ago.
So you actually lived on the Maxwell farm?
Yes,
In which address?
at 1028.
What years did you live there, if you remember?
It was actually right when I first started working for Patrick, 2003, 2004.
Now, were you involved in their decisions to purchase the property at all, negotiations, price, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Did Patrick is this around the time you met Ransel, or was that later?
That's right about the time I met Ransel. I found out that they were going in together with it.
Did Patrick and Ransel tell you what their intentions were with the farm, what the plans were?
They wanted to buy the farm for hunting. They wanted to be able to come down there and hunt and use it strictly for hunting.
Did you ever, you may have answered, you may have said this already, and if so, I apologize. Did you ever walk the property with them?
Yes.
You did? More than once?
A few times, yes.
What did you see? What do you remember seeing when you walked through?
Trash everywhere.
And if you could give us a little bit of an idea of the layout of the farm. So, how many acres do you know?
I was told originally it was 113 was what they was purchasing.
And how many houses are on the property?
3 homes.
And then, are there barns?
Yes.
How many?
There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 total.
And I guess for time frame, I should clarify, this was when you initially walked through Patrick and Ransel is what I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay. And then what about sheds, outbuildings, grain bins, things like
There
that?
was 2 sheds and a garage that sat next to 1030.
Condition-wise, you may have already said this, what kind of condition?
Everything was poor condition.
Was there anybody living there?
There actually was somebody squatting in the front single wide that they had removed, yes.
Was it operating as a farm at the time?
No.
Okay. Had any of it been farmed prior?
I think that it was farmed once
I'm going to object, Your
before.
Honor. I don't know that he has personal knowledge.
He lived there.
Well, if he knows, if he has personal knowledge, only if you know for sure from your own knowledge.
Well, I do know that the time of purchase, it did have a money that was accepted from Kevin Maxwell by Tommy McLeese to farm it the 2019 year.
The farm itself, is it mostly fields, mostly woods, or do you know?
It's about 30 acres of field. The rest of it was woods and hills and ponds.
And how many addresses are involved in the Maxwell farm?
3 addresses,
What are they?
1028, 1030, and 1032.
And did you know the prior owners of the Maxwell farm?
Yes.
And who were they?
Kevin and Terry Maxwell.
Do you know how they used the land?
They used it for excavating company, trucking company, farm. They did just about everything there.
And did you ever have discussions with Patrick or Ransel about you doing any work on the Maxwell farm?
Yes.
When?
It was probably right about May of 2019.
Had they already purchased the farm at this time?
Yes.
And what do you recall about those discussions?
The main thing that they first wanted to start with was they wanted to flip the front two properties because it was of no interest to them. The farm was all they really wanted.
And what are the front two properties?
1028 and 1030.
Okay. Were those, in your mind, what you recall, were those in a flippable condition?
No.
Who made the first proposal about?
Just for the record, flippable means they wanted to resell it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Excuse me, sorry.
That's what I thought, but I want to make sure.
And Shane, I started to ask, I think, who made the first proposal, or who approached who about doing work on the property?
So Patrick made the phone call to me and approached me on the property.
And did you ever reach an agreement?
Yes, when we first went into it, and I looked at the homes, Bridget Wagner wanted to tear them down, told Patrick he'd better off just tear them down.
Who's Bridget Wagner?
The realtor.
Okay, go ahead.
Just a break.
Then I was in middle of a divorce, and my parents needed off of the 1792 property. So I went to Patrick and I come up with a deal that I would do so much work on 1030 for him to flip it for the ownership of 1028 because they wasn't really going to get much out of it.
I want you to take a look, if you would, at Exhibit 3 and tell me when you're there.
Okay.
And it should say proposal at the top. Is that where you are?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, that is the contract that I drew up for the ownership of 1028.
And I believe, Your Honor, your book should have the original in it.
Okay, now, Exhibit 1 starts off with tax.
Yeah, there's, Exhibit 1 is an auditor printout, Exhibit 2 should be the deed, Exhibit 3 should be the proposal.
Oh, okay. Exhibit 3, I'm sorry.
Yes. And does your book have the original, Your Honor? Can you
Yes.
show? Okay, thank you. I want to talk about Exhibit 3 a little bit, Shane.
Okay.
On the first page, there's a couple dates. It says date and then date of plans. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that date is, looks like 6/11/19. How soon or long after these initial discussions, this walk of the farm, was this contract created?
So we went over it a couple times. I actually spoke to Patrick on the phone a few times about the whole situation. He told me to put a contract together. They would meet me down at the farm and go over it. So on the 11th, I sat the proposal on the hood of the truck. They read over it, said everything looked good, and they signed it. About a week later, we got started.
Let's back up a little bit. This Exhibit 3, who prepared this?
I prepared this.
Was this a form that you downloaded? Did you just whip it up? Did you get it at a store? Anything
No,
like
this was a form I just pulled off the internet, and then I filled in everything for it in my construction.
And I referenced a second ago on the first page, it says date of plans. Were there plans that went with this contract?
Everything that I wrote up in the contract that we were going to do for $30,000 worth of work.
So this, oh, excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt. This contract, or excuse me, Exhibit 3 is 4 pages. Were there other pages that were plans or write-ups,
No.
et cetera? Okay.
Just this contract.
And you started to say this, so you met in person to go over the proposal?
Yes.
Who was there?
Patrick and Ransel both.
And where were you?
We were at the back farm at 1032 in the driveway talking.
And did you walk through all of the terms of the proposal?
No, we just discussed it right there, and they said everything looked good and signed it right there on the hood of the truck.
So when you say they signed it, who signed it?
Patrick and Ransel both signed that contract.
And there was no one else there?
No, sir.
Were all 4 pages together?
Yes,
Were they all stapled?
they were stapled.
Was the signature page, page 4, was that a part of the original document?
Yes, sir.
You didn't take that from something else and attach it?
No, sir.
Were there any other originals, or was there just one original?
My copy and his copy.
I
There's
said
2
original.
copies. Well, original, my original contract and a copy made for him
Okay. How'd you make a copy?
through my copy machine.
Okay. So, in fairness to Patrick Lance, he told me in his deposition this wasn't the normal type of contract that you use. Is that correct?
This was the very first contract that I ever used with Patrick and Ransel.
I want you to take a look at Exhibit 39, if you would, please, near the back.
Exhibit 39?
Yes. And again, Your Honor, you should have the originals, the 4 or 5 pages of various proposals. Tell me when you're there, Shane.
Working on it here.
Let me know if you don't.
Okay.
You there?
Yes.
Should be 4 or 5 pages.
Yeah.
What are those documents?
These are contracts that I wrote for work for Patrick for TFG&S.
And to be clear, these contracts have nothing to do with the lawsuit today, is that right?
No.
Okay. So Patrick was right. You did use other forms, right?
Yes.
Okay. What did these other forms look like?
They were just carbon copied. I used small ones. I used medium-sized ones. It depended on the amount of work that had to be described on what I used. So if it was a little small job, I used a smaller carbon copy. If it was a medium-sized job, I used a medium. If it was something too big to put everything on that little medium paper, I did it all on the computer.
Why didn't you use one of these carbon copy forms for the Maxwell Farm job?
It was too extensive to fit all in one piece.
This proposal form in Exhibit 3, did you ever use that form on a different job?
Not for Patrick and Ransel, but I have for other jobs.
So let's go back to Exhibit 3 again. And let me know when you're there.
Okay.
If you flip to the 3rd page, what was the price on this contract?
The initial price was just for $30,000 worth of work for the ownership of 1028.
But then if you look a little lower than 30,000, there's a materials figure, 17 grand, labor figure, almost 20 grand. What are those figures?
So those figures were for materials and labor that I had, and everything was supposed to be either salvaged. Nothing was to try to be purchased out of my pocket. So anything over and above that had to have above the $30,000 was supposed to be provided by Patrick and Ransel.
So is it your testimony then you were to do $30,000 of work and you'd get ownership of 1028,
Yes.
right? But if it happened to be more than 30, they would have to pay the boot.
Yes.
Okay. And did work actually begin on 1030?
Yes.
And when did you start working, if you recall?
I think 2 weeks after the contract, because we started on cleaning up the inside of 1028 so my parents could work on it, and then I went straight into 1030 and started.
And when you started, at least in the beginning, were Patrick and Ransel there while you were working?
No.
You weren't? Did they have people there helping you? Were they sending people to keep an eye on it?
No.
Were you keeping them updated?
He'd ask questions through text or call me, but mainly no.
This initial job, was this the type of job you needed a lot of input from Patrick and Ransel?
No. I already had a contract with everything on it that I was supposed to do.
And this contract that you mentioned, did the deal, the 30,000 for ownership at 28, did that ever change?
Yeah, it changed. Patrick and Ransel decided that in order, hunting season was coming up, and everything was a mess down there, and there was also some talk of CRV, that they was wanting to turn it into CRV program.
Was that CRD?
CRV, it's a, like a set aside.
CRP?
CRP,
Yeah, okay.
a set aside
I was going to
program.
ask that question too.
Sorry.
You go ahead now. So I had asked you, did this deal ever change? And so that's what you started talking about.
Yeah, it changed. So we went into talking about the extensive cleanup and everything that had to be done. And then I got to thinking I wouldn't mind having the 1030 property to be there with my parents on 1028, being that we had the contract with it. So we started talking about the cleanup and the work that needed to be done. Kind of come to terms, talked, him and Ransel actually talked it over for a few days, and then got back with me and said that it was something that they would be interested in doing. So I would do all the cleanup on the farm and only had to give $85,000 for 1030, and I got the ownership of 1028. Then Patrick come back to me and said, if I wasn't a hunter, I really didn't need the woods, that he would drop it to 80,000 if he kept the 3 acres of woods behind 1030. So I agreed to that.
So this is a pretty substantial change from Exhibit 3.
Yes.
Did you get this in writing?
No, I didn't. I was very stupid. I thought I could trust someone.
Why did you not put pen to paper with such a dramatic change in the deal?
Well, I'd known Patrick for a long time, and I worked with Patrick for a long time, and didn't think he would do something like this to me, actually.
Where were you living at the time?
I was actually living in that 1030 property.
And I believe you mentioned your parents moved into 1028?
Yeah, my parents were working on 1028, trying to get out of the 1792 after my divorce.
And had you discussed that with Patrick or Ransel, you living in one of the properties, or your mom and dad in the other one?
No, because we had a deal. I already assumed 1028 was mine, so we were fixing it up, and I was moving down them in there.
And to clarify, did you ever sign any sort of a lease agreement with Patrick and Ransel relating to 1030?
No, there was never any lease or any rent agreements.
If you know, and you may not, have you ever seen or heard about your mom and dad ever signing a lease with Patrick and Ransel, or TFG&S, excuse me?
No.
Okay. Was there ever any discussion about rent to be paid?
No.
So, were you working then on 1028 and 1030 at the same time?
Yep. Me and my dad both were working back and forth.
In the farm?
Yep, and the farm.
Other than your dad, was anybody else helping you?
Yes, Seth.
Who's Seth?
Seth White. He's my son-in-law. My daughter Hannah. They all helped work on that. And then I finally started bringing employees in because it just was getting a lot of work.
Were Patrick and Ransel more involved or less involved when the farm cleanup started?
No, they were barely involved in it until we got further into the project and figured out we had to have some bigger equipment.
And then what happened? They got more involved?
Yeah, they got a little more involved. They actually went and purchased a big track hoe and a dump truck. And
did Patrick and Ransel ever work with you?
Patrick and Ransel come down on part of the CRP stuff and started clearing out the wood lines and the stuff that was already set in the fields, and then basically piled it all up and then told me that I had to take care of it.
Did they send any workers, contractors to work with you?
No.
Was anybody else working there other than you or your guys?
No.
Now, did you ever have any discussions with Patrick or Ransel about a finish line, completion date?
No, there was never any discussions like that.
Did Patrick or Ransel ever mention to you that they were unhappy with progress or the timing of progress?
No.
And so how long did you work on these projects?
They were ongoing because I was doing actually 20-some projects for Patrick and Ransel at one time.
So we'll get to that in a second. How long did you work on the Maxwell farm? About months, years?
Oh, 3.5 years. And it could have went another year of the cleanup that needed to be done there.
So you just mentioned you were working on some other projects. Are these unrelated to the Maxwell farm?
Unrelated to the Maxwell farm, yes.
And this is during the same time period?
Yes.
And generally speaking, what were these projects?
That ranged from all sorts of things. So they decided they wanted to start flipping some homes or buying and reselling homes. So they started with, I think it was 1828 they purchased, which was over outside of Belfast. We went in, we had to clean it up, do a bunch of work in there, replace some windows. We actually had to move a single wide off of that property. And then they sold it. Then
How much of your time during this 3.5 years was on the Maxwell farm and on other projects? Is this half and half, or is it?
It was split. I had guys everywhere working on all different things.
So, when the farm work started, you mentioned there was some sort of a change and Patrick brought in an excavator?
Yeah.
What was that?
So Tommy McLeese actually come in to farm, and on the back, just behind the barn, he hit a big piece of steel sticking out of the ground with his cultivator. When we went back to take a look at it, it sort of looked like a trailer frame. So we started with a mini excavator, and once we started digging into that, we couldn't move it. When we got down about 3 or 4 feet, we started finding tires and trash, debris, and it just got way too extensive, and we couldn't move a lot of the stuff. So they purchased a big 50,000-pound machine.
Did you ask Patrick and Ransel to sit down with you and renegotiate terms at that time?
No, I felt that we had already done terms. I didn't need to go anymore. I was fine with what I was receiving from our agreements and contracts that we made.
And did your relationship with Patrick and Ransel ever go bad?
Yeah, went bad when I started getting sick.
And when was that?
August of 22, I started feeling bad and was in and out of the doctor for a little bit. And then October, I had a heart attack. I had to have some stents put in. Then they told me that I was eventually going to have open heart surgery. It come to a big, I don't know if it scared Patrick or what, but I know a lot of his questions he was asking me as it was going on is what he's supposed to do, and I kept assuring him that my guys were going to keep working on everything and I was going to keep going to get through this. So actually, shortly after October, my heart attack, that's when things were getting a little tough. Ransel actually come down to the farm in the back field and gave me a loan of the $5,000. And I don't remember ever getting a loan through TFG&S. And then Patrick said he was going to do the same thing, but he had some Unistrut, and that figure was $49.20, not $47.
You're going to have to explain that. What is Unistrut?
Unistrut is some material that we used to use when we were installing patient lifts in hospitals. And Patrick would always have a bunch left over, and he would put it in storage or different units, and then if he got too much of it, he'd try to sell it off or get rid of it. Well, Mark Hedges was interested in some of the strut, and Patrick decided he wanted to sell it. So I worked a deal with Mark to buy Patrick's strut, and Patrick told me to keep the $49.20 to help out.
So in fairness, these guys loaned you almost 10 grand to help you out.
Yes, sir. Then
Go ahead.
then in January, I had to go back in for another stint. And then right about February, end of January, when I went in for that stint, they got in there and couldn't do anything, and they told me they was going to have to open me up. So they opened me up on February 8th or 9th, I think it was, and then had a quadruple bypass.
So were you in contact commonly with Patrick or Ransel during this time?
Not while I was in the hospital, no. Dad was kind of handling things for me and helping.
Did things just peter out, or was there ever an explosion? How did things end?
So on the 13th of February, I got out of the hospital. I was out for about 2 weeks, and I started talking to Patrick a little bit. The Palmer farm had come up for auction, and they were talking about how much it was going to bring and who was going to buy it, and there was a lot of discussion going on about that. And I was, I wasn't really talking a whole lot because I didn't feel good. I was cut open. So then on the 3rd of March, Patrick and Ransel showed up down at the farm with an Amish gentleman. His name is Amos. And they were showing him some work, but I didn't know that at the time. Dad and Seth were working on Patrick's barn, and Dad had fell. And I got a phone call from Patrick yelling and screaming at me, telling me that I was the worst decision he'd ever made, all this stuff, cussing me out. Finally, he hung up on me, and it wasn't a few minutes later, he showed up on the step, beating on the door, and just started yelling and screaming. And I got a little heated too, because I was upset trying to figure out what was going on, and I was sitting there with no shirt on, cut open, stitches. He told me I was fired. I was done on March 3rd.
So if you would take a look at Exhibit 4, let me know if you recognize that.
Yeah, this is a text message from Patrick.
Any idea what this reference to two crackheads or screwing up the back house, what that means?
Yes, this was, two of my guys were looking for some work to do, but not two people that I could trust to do something anywhere else. Putting on some sheeting and some tie-back doesn't take that much to do. So I asked him about them doing that, and this was kind of the reply I got.
And then there's some underlining. Did you underline that? Do you know?
No, I didn't underline this.
There's some underlined language that says something. Me and Ransel have let you and your parents live there 3 years rent-free. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Had you ever heard or discussed anything about rent prior to this text?
No.
I want you to take a look at Exhibit 5, and specifically, and there should be 3 complaints that are all part of Exhibit 5. Go to the 3rd page, and at the top it should say notice to leave premises.
Exhibit 8?
Your Honor, we are Exhibit 5.
5, okay.
And should be 3 complaints in Exhibit 5.
Oh,
And
okay.
we're going to the 3rd page of the first one.
All right.
Which should be the 3-day notice. Shane, does it say notice to leave premises on what you're looking at?
Yes.
What is that? Do you recognize that?
This is a notice that Patrick showed up and taped on the door on the 8th of March.
And were you surprised to get that?
I was very surprised to get this.
Did you notice anything about it? Did you read it?
Yeah, it said for non-payment of rent.
And what did you think about rent?
There was no rent for anything. As far as I was under the understanding they were both already my places I just had to pay the $80,000.
Flip back to the first page, if you would, please. Are you at the first page of the complaint?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see, there's some language in paragraph 1 says there was an oral month-to-month tenancy. Do you see that?
Yes.
Was there ever an oral month-to-month lease?
No.
Like TFG&S told the court?
No.
Let's flip to Exhibit 6. These are going to look very similar. Are you there on Exhibit 6?
Yes.
And then again, there are complaints that reference an oral month-to-month tenancy. Was there an oral month-to-month tenancy created after that 3-day notice?
No.
Now, I would object to this further line of questioning. The municipal court has already ruled on this, that he's already been evicted. The court found that.
I haven't, oh, you mean the municipal?
Court,
Well, let
yes.
me ask a question before I rule on that. It looks like they're both for 1030 Locust Road.
Yeah, Your Honor, there are, the way the eviction played out, there were 3 initial complaints, and then there were, which is the Exhibit 5.
Well, for right now, my question is this, why are there 2 complaints for the same property?
Because initially, my clients gave, before they come to see me, they gave him a 3-day written notice. After they came to see me, I said, you really need to give him a 30-day notice because I did not believe.
So was one of those complaints dismissed?
Yes.
Which one?
The first set under Exhibit
170?
Yes.
Exhibit 5?
Yes. So we did a voluntary dismissal on those, and then after giving the 30-day notice, we refiled in the case numbers they did in 256.
Okay, and then I also see there was in Exhibit 5, there was 1792, State Route 73. All right. All right, now, what was the question again?
Your Honor, I was asking questions about the reference to the oral month-to-month tenancy.
All right, and she's ruled that, or she's objected on the basis that's already been established. I don't know that it has, and I would like to know I would like to have it, Evan, so I do know. It may not have any legal significance, but I need it. So I'm going to overrule your motion just so I know the background, not because it's going to have I don't know if it's going to have a bearing here or not. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. That's why I'm taking evidence, so go ahead.
Understood,
The
Your Honor.
motion is, the objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you. Shane, if you would please skip to Exhibit 7
Okay.
and tell me when you're there. Should
Okay.
say Highland County Sheriff at the top.
Yes.
Have it. Do you remember being contacted by a sheriff?
Yes, I remember getting a phone call from him.
And what did he say?
He said that Patrick had come in and made a statement about me stealing money.
Did you steal money?
No, sir.
Did the sheriff do anything? Did they charge you?
No, I explained that I was just come out of open heart surgery and that we intended on doing our work.
And before we get Patrick into these, or excuse me, Shane into these individual jobs you did for TFG&S, these other jobs that you did outside of the Maxwell Farm job, I want to talk about those a second.
Okay.
In your mind, in your memory, did those jobs go well?
Yeah, they went very well. I made money and Patrick and Ransel made money.
So you were paid.
Yes, sir.
Now, you might remember Ms. Hapner saying that you did get paid for the work on the Maxwell Farm. Did you get paid anything on the Maxwell Farm?
No, sir.
But there was payments on other jobs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There was some mention earlier about, I think, I might get this address wrong, there was a 1970 state route, 73?
Yeah, 1790.
1790. What's 1790?
1790 is another property that I originally owned at the beginning when I was going through my divorce and my ex-wife ended up with it. But there was another property there, it was 1792, so 2 addresses. 1792 had a single wide on it that belonged to my parents.
And was this a job that you didn't finish, or?
And this was a job I got fired from.
Repaid?
Up front, yes, not on all of it, but I got the down to move. And the reason why the down payment on that was a little more was because I had to move 3 families just to get one property to be able to be sold.
So Shane, I want you to, if you would, flip to Exhibit 9. Tell me when you're there.
Okay.
So Shane, I know you've seen this. This is a spreadsheet, Your Honor, and Ms. Hatner, if you look at the middle column, there's a receipt reference, 1030-1 on and on to 1030-32. Those references should match some handwritten notes on the receipts themselves. And then this spreadsheet is a total of these receipts, which we'll talk about in a second. And there's also a total labor number that Shane will testify to in a minute. So that is the Exhibit 9.
So this is a summary of exhibit?
Exactly.
A summary of what exhibits?
It's a summary of the next, let's see, it'll be 10 through 13. Well, if you count the pictures. Essentially, Your Honor, it's a summary of the receipts and Shane's testimony about labor.
All right.
So Shane, let's flip to Exhibit 10. Tell me if you recognize that document when you're there.
Yeah, this is the document that I wrote for the work that I performed on 1030.
When did you do that?
Shortly after I found out I had to defend myself and try to keep my home.
And why did you draw up 1030?
Because that's all work that I did to that property that I was going to lose.
So speaking of 1030, what did it look like when you started? What do you remember?
1030,
Yeah.
well, like I said, their realtor told them to tear it down.
And did you take any pictures?
Yeah, but not like, why we were living there, because I was working on it as I was living there.
Take a look at Exhibit 12, if you would, please, Shane. And you should get to a series of pictures, and they should be labeled 12-1, 12-2.
Yes.
You see those?
Yes.
Okay. What are those pictures?
These are pictures of before what it looked like.
Did you take, and this is 1030?
Yes.
Did you take these pictures?
Yes.
If you flip to the back of the first one or several, there's some handwriting on there. Is that your handwriting?
Yes.
Okay. If you could please briefly use these pictures and explain to the court what this property looked like before you started working.
Basically your kitchen and your walls, everything was just destroyed. The roof leaked really bad. There was a lot of water damage. There was holes in the floors, holes in the walls. It was an old 80s model mobile home, so all the walls were paneling. The doors were falling apart. One bedroom to the right of the home when you walked in the bathroom, it leaked so bad that the whole ceiling had actually collapsed in and caved in. The furnace, old furnace, fuel furnace that was in there, it actually fell through the floor. The toilets, bathrooms, nothing was usable. The electric was all shot. Plumbing was all CPVC, it had been froze and busted. It had to have all new, everything done to it.
Let's go to 1221, 1222. Excuse me, what do those show?
$12.21, $12.22 were the back addition, a 24 by 24 addition that someone had added on to that mobile home. And it was actually not put on correctly, and it was separating from the back of the house.
And so what about 1223? What does that show?
1223, that is a porch that was on the back of the home that was actually not fastened either. When you walk on it, it actually shook, and the roof was leaking right there and rotted the whole part out where it fastened up against the house.
What about 1227, 1228, what are those showing?
1227, 1228 is the old siding, the old facial board that was on the home. Everything, the old windows that was in there, water just come in and destroyed everything, so.
And then let's flip forward to exhibits 13 and 14. What are these pictures?
13 and 14. Exhibit 13 and 14.
Are these before, during, after, or is there?
These are during the work.
Which exhibit is that?
Exhibit 13.
These are during pics. What are you showing us in those pictures?
So in 13 is where we tore off the old siding and stuff to get to the old wood siding behind the home, see how things were and what it looked like. 13.3 and 13.4 is where we started working on the kitchen, tearing out the kitchen cabinets, putting in all new subfloors, a new hardwood floor. Same with 13.5, 13.6. You can see the new subfloor, new hardwood flooring and everything we were putting down and installing. 13.7 shows where we started tearing off the old paneling, changing things there, getting it ready to put up new drywall. 13.8 is where we started setting the kitchen cabinets and new windows in. 13.9 shows the living room where we put up the new drywall. Now, it wasn't finished mud and paint yet, but we put up new drywall and shows the new hardwood floor. 13.10 is where we were working on the electric and stuff for the living room to put in electric. 13.11 is one of the bedrooms where we started, we just had finished the mud and stuff in there and wanted to start doing the painting. 13.12 is where we started on the ceilings, putting the new beadboard and everything onto the ceilings. 13.14 was the second bedroom. We put in all new hardwood floor, finished all the walls, paint. The only thing that was left to do in them two rooms was the two aluminum windows that was left. Same for 13.15, 13.16. 13.17, that is the hallway. That is actually where the back, and you can see where we started in the back ceiling. That's the actual ceiling that fell out in that bedroom from the roof leaking. We've had to tear all the walls out in the bathroom and put in new 2x4 stud and walls, electric. And then I did a rock wall in the living room. 13.18 is another small bedroom. And we did the same in it, new hardwood floors, new trim and paint. 13.19, I really can't see that well.
Skip it.
13.20, I upgraded all the electric, put in a new 200 amp panel. And then had to redo all the wiring in the home. There was actually wires laying under the home that were just still live in the panel, but just laying under the house. 13.21 is what we were going to call our master bedroom. You can see in there where I actually started building walls for closets and putting in a master bath. When we started into that, that's when we found out that the addition was actually pulling from the house an 1.5 inches. And that's where we kind of held up on that room because it was going to take some work.
Let's go to exhibit 14. What's that packet of pictures?
14, this is a lot of the finished work that is done. So 14.1 and 14.2 is the guest bathroom. Only thing really left to finish in this was set the new sink and the ceiling and a little bit of trim work. We put in new fixtures, new bathtub, and we actually made it bigger to make a laundry room in there. 14.3, 14.4, same. This is where the bedroom, we finished with trim and everything. And like I said, there's 2 aluminum storm windows is the only thing left to replace. 14.4 is the living room. That's a picture with the hardwood floor, the opening, the new front doors, new windows, and new drywall up. 14.5 and 14.6, that's a picture of the rock wall that we installed, and then more pictures of the finished floors and the drywall. Same with 14.7, 14.8.
I think we can skip 14.9.
Yeah, 14.9, yeah, that was where I was wore out. So at 14.10, this is a start on the kitchen where we put in a new back door and started setting all the new cabinets. 14.11 is with all the new cabinets, the new countertops, new light fixtures, beadboard ceiling. And you can see too in 14.12 where we put in the new lighting and everything in it. 14.13, that is front right there where we installed the new cabinets and the new lighting and stuff in it. 14.14 is another picture of the kitchen. 14.15 is where we were still working on completing the kitchen area. 14.16 is actually when I found out and realized that the house had no working septic system. I started putting in a swimming pool and found out that there was actually not a septic system for that home. 14.17, 14.18 is pictures of the new roof that I put on. We tore off, had an old roof that leaked everywhere. I ended up having to put all new 7/16 OSB on that roof, and a new felt paper, new drip edge, and all new shingles. Same with 14.19, 14.20. Pictures of the new windows and the roof.
So we go back to Exhibit 11. Should be your receipt packet. Let me know when you're there.
11 of 14?
Just Exhibit 11.
Oh, just Exhibit 11, okay.
Exhibit 11. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Should start with the receipt.
Yes.
Did you keep your receipts for the work you did on 10:30?
I kept my receipts for everything. Yes.
Did you buy materials that were used at 10:30?
Yes, I did.
Use your own money?
Use my own money and my own credit cards.
Exhibit 11, are these receipts for 10:30? Do you know?
Yes.
I want to take a look at some of the larger ones. There's a number, a handwritten number in the upper right-hand corner of these. Do you see like on the first page where it says 1030-1?
Yes.
That's the number I'm going to reference for the next couple questions.
Okay.
Starting with 1030-1, that looks like a $1,400 receipt. What's that for?
This was a mixture of the fixtures and plumbing and stuff for the bathroom, master bathroom, or the guest bathroom.
1030-5 looks like about $1,100. It's a seat base, recess. I'm on 1030-5.
This is for paint, and this is for, so I redid the master, or the guest bathroom twice.
1030-6, $1,300. What's that?
That's flooring, hardwood flooring.
And then there's a receipt to the right of that that doesn't have a name on it. $1,500. Any idea what that was?
That's for hardwood flooring.
Okay. Then if we go to 1030-7, a couple $500 receipts. Any idea what those were?
Yeah, these were the OSB and stuff for the roof, and then stuff for the closets, and then beadboard.
Let's go to 1030-11. It's about $1,300. Any idea what that was?
Those are for the shingles.
Let's go to 1030-15. $1,200.
These are for the wall cabinets and the cabinets in the kitchen.
Let's go to 1030-24. There's $1,000 and $1,500.
Said 1030-20,
24.
24.
Yeah. There's two big receipts on there.
This is for new plumbing and everything for the home, and more cabinet material.
Let's go to the last one. That should be 1030-32. Says like Pleasant Park on the top.
Yes.
What's that?
This is the fireplace that I purchased from the home.
All of these receipts in Exhibit 11, were they all for materials used on 1030?
Yes, sir.
If we go back to Exhibit 9, you'll see in the upper right-hand corner a labor number.
Yes.
How'd you come up with that number?
Usually what I do on my jobs is try to be fair, so usually about whatever the materials are is about what I charge in labor, unless there's like a cleanup or a little bit more that has to be done, then it ups just a little bit.
So it looks like the total of the materials on the second page is about 27.7. You've got material, or excuse me, you've got labor of 30, so that's definitely more. Why would that be more?
Because I had to do a lot of cleanup.
This labor number, is there any sort of a record for that? Did you keep hours, anything like that?
No, pretty much most contractors always base off of that. They try to be about whatever the materials are.
This labor, did you do this labor or did you pay somebody else?
I did this labor and had paid people to help me also.
The people that helped, did you pay them?
Yes, sir.
This materials cost, in your experience, do you think that's a pretty reasonable number for the work that was done?
Honestly, the amount of work that was done on that place, it should be a lot more.
Talking about the materials.
Materials?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the labor? In your estimation, was that a fair price for the work that was done on the property, 1030?
Not really. I think it should have been more. The reason why I say that is because I had to tear everything out, clean everything up, and put everything back.
Your Honor, I'm going to pull up the video next. Can we take a 5-minute break and I'll make sure that's working?
All right, that's fine.
Again, it worked at 8 o'clock this morning, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
5 minutes, okay. All right, we're back on record.
Thank you.
Still in the plaintiff's case. Go ahead, Mr. George.
Thank you, Your Honor. Patrick, did you take any videos when you left 10:30?
Yes.
Why? I said Patrick, I'm sorry.
I took videos of it because I wasn't for sure what was going to happen, and I'm glad I did.
Time frame, do you know when you took the video?
Yeah, it was the very night that we had to be out. It was right about between 8 and 9 o'clock that night.
Your Honor, if I may, I'm going to walk up and hit play on that video. Shane, can you see that for me? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, can you see
Yeah, go
that?
ahead.
I'm going to duck down so I can come out of the way, and then I will, can you guys see?
Yeah.
I'll fast forward a couple times so we get through this plan quickly. Shane, if you could, can you tell the court what this shows as we're going through it?
That is the addition there. That's the kitchen, living room area. That's the bedroom. That's the guest bathroom. That is the second bedroom. That is the new back door and the back patio and the kitchen, new panel box. That's the outside of the home. That's the garage.
Is this you talking?
Yes.
What's this showing?
That's the underneath of the home where the addition, where you can see where the termites got into it and that the beams aren't set right.
What is this exhibit, by the way?
I didn't label this one. I think we can call this 22, Your Honor.
All right.
That's the inside of the garage.
Did you put the shelving out?
Yes. That is the old shed that was on the one side where the pool was being put.
Shane, let's move on to 1028. And this should start with Exhibit 15. And my Exhibit 15 is buried and difficult to find on the tab, so. there's maybe
What is it, exhibit 16?
15, Your Honor.
15, 1-5? Okay.
That's right. Let me know if you need help. Shane.
There it is.
Shane, when did work start on 1028?
About that same time, that second week, we started working on both right after the contract was signed.
Can you give us an idea of what 1020 looked like before you started work?
1028 was in bad shape too. The skirting was completely tore off the outside of it. The yard was trashed, the shed was full of stuff. The inside of the house, the people that they had evicted out of it left all kinds of stuff. It was nasty.
Let's go to Exhibit 18. Did you take any pictures of 1028?
Yes, same way while we were working and living in it.
Could go through Exhibit 18. Let us know what those pictures show.
So 18-1 is where we had to start coating the new roof because it had some spots that were seeping in it. 18-2 was a picture of where we took one of those windows out and put the new skirting on. Same with 18-3, showing that we put new skirting all the way around it. 18-4 is when we got into it and started fixing floors, removing some of the nasty drywall that was busted, and getting ready to put new flooring down. 18-5 is where we removed, it had an old nasty deck on the front that was falling in and had bad boards in it. 18-6 is a picture of the old cabinets that were in the home, and then where Dad had started putting the new flooring and new beadboard and stuff on the walls. 18-7 is the one room that we cleaned and shampooed to stay in while they was working on it. 18-8 is a picture of where Seth was tearing out the old carpet and they were working on the inside of the house.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. Can you go to 19, Exhibit 19? What do those pictures show? If you would,
19-1 is where we were installing new pantries and putting in new beadboard. 19-2 is where you can see we put new flooring in, fixed the walls. 19-3 is another picture of the new flooring and putting in new beadboard and new receptacles, new electric. 19-4, you can see where we're putting in the new flooring. 19-5 is a picture of the roof completely painted. 19-6 is where he was working on it. You can also see in 19-5 and 6 where we put in new vinyl windows and took out the old aluminum stored windows. 19-7 is where we put in new front doors, new storm doors. 19-8 is where we started staining the beadboard and everything. 19-9, that one's a little backwards. That's where Seth was tearing out old stuff there in the house. 19-10, you can see where we tore it apart and actually put in the new windows. 19-11 is another picture of the house just showing the new skirting and stuff on and a lot of the cleanup that we did. 19-12 is the same with new skirting. The only thing left to do on this place was put in some new siding.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. It was just...
The only thing really left to do on this place was the one bedroom and put in some new vinyl siding.
Keep going, sir.
1913 is another picture of the skirting. 1914 is where Mom and Dad started doing some landscaping there at the house too and putting in trees and stuff.
Let's go to Exhibit 20. What is Exhibit 20? What do those pictures show?
Exhibit 20 is sort of the finished part of a lot of it. You can see where the new floors, new paint, and the new doors and stuff and trim. 2020 is a picture of the new paint, fixtures, toilets, flooring, doors, and shower in the guest bath. 20-3 is pictures of new doors and stuff. 20-4, that's where we cleaned the back bedroom up to stay in. 20-5 is the little half bath in the master bedroom, showing it completed. 20-6 is the shelving pantry area in that little half bath. 20-7 is the master bedroom. The way that was set up is it had the bedroom and the kitchen, and the bathroom all in that area. So that's a picture of the trim work and what we did in the master. The new jacuzzi tub and new double sink. 20-9, you can see the opening of everything that was in there. 20-10, that's a picture of the new jacuzzi tub and the double sink and everything in that master bathroom area. 20-11 is the kitchen. This is pictures of the new Denver cabinets that we purchased to put in the home. 20-12 is another picture of it where we put in new base cabinets, new top cabinets, new butcher block countertops.
What's Denver? Is that a brand?
Denver's a brand that to sell from Lowe's.
Okay.
20-13 is a little better picture of the cabinets and flooring and everything that we put in that home. 20-14 is another picture of all that. 20-15, you can still see the new countertops and everything put in. 20-16 is a picture of the new window in the kitchen, new sink, faucet, new sink, and the cabinets. 20-17 is where we started putting the beadboard and stuff up and finishing the pantries. 20-19 is where he was putting the beadboard on the walls in the living room. 20-20 is just another picture of where we painted the ceilings and stuff. 20-21 is the living room area. 20-22 is the back side of the kitchen and the front side of the living room. 20-23 is the laundry room. Now, we did not replace the cabinets in the laundry room. They were still halfway decent, and it was just for a laundry room. But new paint and stuff, and then they were working on putting new lights and things in there. 20-24 is another picture of the new front door and storm door. 20-25 is the finish of the living room area. And 20-26 is the finish of the master bedroom. 20-27 is the hallway area and the in-wall AC unit that we installed.
Shane, let's flip back to Exhibit 17 now. Let me ask you about Exhibit 16 quickly first. So,
Okay.
tell me when you're there. Let me know if you need help.
I'm there.
Are you on it says all work perform materials 1028 Locust?
Yes.
Did you prepare that document?
Yes, I prepared this document.
And then let's flip forward to 17 now. It should be a series of receipts. Did you buy materials for 1028?
Yes.
Did you keep receipts for those?
Yes.
These receipts in Exhibit 17, are those the receipts for 1028?
These are the receipts for 1028 for
And same-
materials and items purchased.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
For materials and items purchased for 1028, yes.
The same numbering system that I used on 1030 is on 1028. So you'll see a number at the top, 1028-1, etc.
Yes.
You say, okay. Let's think 1028-3. There's a receipt for $4,000. What's that?
That is the receipts for all the Denver cabinets bought for that home.
And you may have said this, but I want to clarify. All of these receipts, all the materials in these receipts, Exhibit 11, went into 1028.
Yes.
On Exhibit 15, as with last time, you gave me a labor number. Tell me when you're on 15.
Okay.
So you see a labor number in the,
Which exhibit?
oh, I'm sorry, excuse me, 15, Your Honor?
50?
Yeah. See a notation on there, Shane, that says total labor?
Yes.
What's that number?
18,000.
So we've got a total, looks like total materials around 13 grand, labor of 18 grand. How'd you come up with 18 grand?
Basically the same way, all the cleanup and extra stuff that we had to do, so labor was a little bit more on there.
This $13,000 figure, do you feel that that was a fair amount to pay for the materials that went into 1028?
Yes, of what was done.
Do you feel that 18,000 was a fair labor number for what was done in 1028?
Yes.
And again, as with 1030, do you have a record of that labor? Record of the hours, anything like that?
No, just keeping track of everything that, basically from doing the work so much, I kind of know about how much time I'm gonna have in something when I'm doing it.
And is that your labor or other people's labor?
That's my labor and other people's labor.
And as with 1030, did the other people that work for, did you pay them?
We did pay some on that, yes, for people to help, especially my son-in-law and daughter.
Did you make a video of 1028 when you left?
Yes, I did.
If I may, Your Honor.
What's the exhibit number?
This will be 43.
Okay. Are these on DVD so you can give to the court? Or?
It's I've got a flash
Or a thumb drive?
Yeah.
All right.
And Shane, as with last time, let us know that's what it is.
That is the living room when you first walk in the door. That's the new countertops, cabinets. Right there is where we had to do that wall yet, where we replaced the window, and the same with that wall there inside. That's the master closet. It was completely redone. We had to replace electric and plumbing in that home also. They put new sinks, new fixtures, everything into the bathrooms, new floors, new paint. There's a little bit of little things that needed to be finished, but it was mainly just trim work and stuff. This is outside. There's new skirting. Those are the windows in that one bedroom that we just cleaned to be able to stay into. We were getting ready to get started on that room. We put in the pad for the propane tanks, and that's the shed, and made sure it was cleaned out.
I want to be very clear about something. Again, tell me when you took these videos.
I took them the very night that we left, which I didn't have much time because we didn't find out until we only had like 4 days to be out because it was shortly after the 4th of July. So it was I think it was the 9th.
After you filmed these videos, did you go back?
No.
Did you ever go back into 1028 or 1030 and take anything?
No, sir.
Did you ever take anything out and replace it with anything different?
No. Dishwasher was the only things that we took, and those were appliances.
Did you pay for those?
Yes, I did.
Shane, I want to talk about the farm now. If you could, let's go to Exhibit 21, and that starts the series of farm exhibits. You tell me when you're there.
Okay.
So Shane, when did work begin on the farm again?
Work on the farm began all about the same time too. About 2 weeks after that contract was done, we were everywhere working.
So as you did with 1030 and 1028, give us a snapshot of what the farm looked like before you started working.
It was just trash everywhere. Tires, batteries, oil drums, just household trash thrown outside, burn pits dug, trash thrown in the ground, trees laying down everywhere. The barns were just plumb full of stuff that had to be cleaned out. Chemicals, concrete, piles and piles of concrete that had to be dug out of the ground. And concrete laying on top of the ground, just shoved over the sides. Equipment, pieces of semis, pieces of cars, barn material, debris everywhere.
Just want to clarify something. Did you know there was underground stuff?
Not till it got hit with the tractor.
Okay. So then, again, I want to describe, if you can, what it looked like first, before we figured out anything was underground. That's what I'm asking about.
Basically the same. I mean, there was so much stuff on top of the ground. I mean, barns were, the old tobacco barn was falling apart and falling in. It was full of nasty hay. The metal was ripped off, boards were ripped off, laying out through the fields. One of the other barns was leaning. They had to put K-rails up against it. It had trash everywhere. It looked like they'd opened anywhere that they'd worked, it just got thrown outside.
So tell me what you found underground.
So when we started digging underground, that's when we found all the more trash, more tires, equipment. We even pulled out an actual tractor out of the ground, combine heads, parts and cabs of semi, an old Coca-Cola truck. You name it, it was in the ground.
And this was all buried?
It was all buried.
How much digging did you do?
Lots. I mean, I'm gonna say a good, if I just did that, I'm gonna say a good 3 months of solid digging.
Just the digging?
Just the digging.
So what did you do with all of the stuff on the farm?
So it all got sorted. We either burn it, hauled it off, the concrete all got piled up, and the scrap went into scrap.
So, do you have any estimation how much stuff got hauled off? Can you judge it in any way?
A lot. I'm gonna say probably 20, 25 semi-loads of stuff.
So scrap you mentioned, was there a lot of scrap?
Yeah.
What happened with the scrap?
Scrap went to the scrap yard.
Who got the money?
I did.
Did you ever have any discussions with Patrick or Ransel about who should get money for the scrap?
No.
Did they ever ask about it?
No.
If you would, let's go to exhibit 38. Should be just 3 or 4 pictures in 38. Let me know when you're there.
Okay.
Did you take any pictures of the farm cleanup?
Yeah.
Not very many.
Few. I mean, it was a mess. So I never really. And the other thing is too, I never really thought I needed to take pictures. I didn't know I was going to be in this situation.
Those couple pictures that you got there, what do they show? Anything important?
38-1 is where I really worked around the clock. I burn at night because that was the law. We had to burn after 6 o'clock.
Okay.
So 38-2 is where we took the old siding off of 38-2 to go onto another flipper house, and we put some old press board on that Patrick had purchased from Jeff Evans and covered it with tie-back, which only had about maybe 8 months of time on it.
Let me ask a question. Is this photo, are these photos of what we're calling 1032?
1032, the farm?
This
Yes.
is the structure here is 1032.
Correct.
All right, and 38-2. All right, thank you.
38-3 and 38-4 38-3 are actually the old fuel tanks that come out from underneath the porch at 1030. That was referenced in there as a cleanup is that great big, whatever that stand thing is in the back that I had to tear out and tear down and get dispose of. The rock, or actually a lot of the rock that I pulled out of the ground and saved for Patrick because he wanted to use them for retaining walls. 38-5 is a lot of the concrete that was pulled out of the ground and piled up.
Is that all yours?
Yeah.
Shane, if you could go to 22, please, and let me know when you're there.
22. Okay.
What is 22?
22 is a list of work that I put together of everything that we did for cleanup on that farm.
So I noted on the first page near the bottom, something about a big trench. What's that?
So that was behind the big shop. That's actually where they hit the piece of steel coming out of the ground. That's where that originally started, was right there when we had to start digging.
And was this where you found the trucks and stuff like that, combine heads?
Yes.
Okay. And if you go to the next to last and last page, there's some labor figures on there. You'll see Shane Maynard, $20, 1 year, etc. And then on the last page, Jerry and Seth, some figures. Do you see those?
Yeah.
What are those?
Those are figures that I put together that I thought was fair, and I didn't do for 3.5 years of work. I just took for 1 year, and I put together just a base figure of a rate that I paid employees and that I thought was fair to myself, and I just did it for 1 year worth of cleanup on that farm.
How did you come up with the 1 year figure?
Just trying to be fair, because there was still more work there that had to be done.
Is it your testimony that you put in a little over 2,000 hours on just the farm cleanup?
Oh yeah.
And same with your dad. Did Jerry put in a little over 2,000 hours?
Yeah.
Same with Seth.
Yep.
If you go to Exhibit 23, it says something about an old shop. Can you explain that?
So these were other parts of the farm cleanup. These were actually mentioned as being paid for separately. So this is what I actually felt those projects were worth for the tear down of these old barns.
And then 24 was some sort of an equipment barn tear down. Is that right?
Yeah, that is the old equipment barn.
Some of these notes have they'll say something about a bobcat. What's that?
The Bobcat is where I used my Bobcat to do that work.
How'd you come up with that figure or those figures?
I basically just based it off of an hourly rate, a rental type, for like if I had to rent it for that day.
25 references an old tobacco barn. So these are a series of different barns.
Yes.
Each one of these. Okay.
Series of different barns on that property that were actually so bad it couldn't be saved, they had to be tore down.
26. What's that?
This was the actual cleanup of those 3 barns and the back house of the inside of the back house.
And then 27.
This was a cabin that Patrick purchased and sent down to the farm to unload. And then I got a phone call telling me that I had to get my guys and get it unloaded. And we unloaded it. And I never got paid for any of that.
1028.
This was for the electric install for 1032 because it had no power there. Had to have new pole set, new outside disconnect, new wire ran into the home. and then everything hooked back up.
And this one's a little different than the others that we just referenced and are gonna look at. It's got materials on it. Tell us
Yes.
about those materials, if you would, please.
These are materials that I actually purchased to do that.
Do you have receipts for those?
I do not.
Why not?
And honestly, I probably do have the receipts for these. I probably can't find the receipts for these and the dates.
You're sure you spent those amounts of money on this job, though? Is that right?
Yes, and I've done so much bidding on materials and had a great connection with Lowe's. I can usually call and get my prices on what this stuff costs me.
29, mentions a water line.
29. Oh yeah, this is the installation of 2,000 feet of water line to the 1032 property from the 1028 address that we trenched all the way to the back and did all the labor putting it all in. Now Patrick did purchase the material for this.
So you didn't add the material cost in, or did you?
No, there's no material cost, but the labor was extensive.
30, phone and internet, what's that?
Phone and internet line. When we got the trench and stuff all in, then Patrick decided that he wanted to run internet and phone lines back. So I got with a friend of mine, Tony Kohler, that works at AT&T, and he brought me out some cable, and we trenched down about 12 inches on top of the water line we ran the new phone line and internet line back to the 1032 property.
The next one is 31. It says, I think, loads of lumber. What's that?
So Patrick had got some lumber from Blanchester, and he brought down 2 big loads, and he took 2 of the girls that worked for me, and they spent all day unloading these trailers, and instead of me getting paid for it, I had to pay them, and they got $50 bonus cards from Patrick.
32, curtain drain.
Same thing. Patrick decided he wanted to put a curtain drain around the back house and wanted my guys to help him. Then when it was done, I got the bill for the labor, and I never got paid nothing for it.
33, I believe it says 1032 back house interior demo.
So, 1032 at the back property, they wanted to start getting it remodeled and done because Ransel was having some issues health-wise also, and he wanted to be able to start coming down there and staying and hunting. So Patrick started wanting me to get the demo work done on it, getting it ready, and that's what these are for. We did the
It's Exhibit 31?
I believe, Your Honor, this is 33.
33.
33, I'm sorry.
So this is where we started doing the demo, tearing all the junk drywall, everything inside the home, getting it, trying to get it prepped and ready, start putting it back together.
34.
This is where Patrick called, and he sold his other farm and wanted 2 of my girls to come up and help him clean out a shed to move their stuff in, and then clean out a trailer to go unload more stuff to bring in. And then never got paid for this. I do believe there's a text message where he admits to paying Hannah and Callie for that.
35, what's that?
This is the mowing of 1032, and the reason why there's only 1032 charge on there for mowing is because 1028, 1030 was mine. So I couldn't charge him for mowing.
Sure.
But 1032 wasn't my responsibility, but I took care of it and kept it mowed all the time.
Did he ask you to mow it? Patrick or Ransel, did they ask you to mow it?
Yeah, they asked me to keep it mowed.
Is this mow job, is it a big job?
Yeah, it takes 3-4 hours to mow it
How often did you mow it?
every week. And then as time went on, the warmer it got and then stuff, it went down to every 2 weeks.
36, which I believe is the last of this series of invoices or narratives. What's that?
This is a bunch of lumber that Patrick purchased for his barn and sent me over to the Amish to pick it up, and I had to take 3 of my guys over and my fuel to load everything up, bring it back to the house, and then I ended up having to deliver it up to him, actually. And I never got anything from that.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Take a look at Exhibit 37, and let me know what that is.
37 is all the people that worked for me and that I actually paid to do work.
And so, as I asked you with 1030 and 1028, these figures in these exhibits, the amount of hours that you're claiming to work, do you think that was reasonable for the job that was done?
I think it should be more. Honestly, I do.
And you think for the per hours, do you think that's a reasonable figure?
I think it's very reasonable considered that when I worked for Patrick, I made $50 an hour.
You mentioned several times that Patrick would ask you to do this or do that. Why didn't you stop and get something in writing? You could have done it any step of the way.
Yeah, because I never thought that Patrick would do this to me. I considered Patrick like a brother, like family. I was very stupid. I never thought this would ever happen.
Shane, I want to wrap things up. We talked about the work on 1030, 1028, and then the Maxwell farm. Did you ever get paid back for any of these materials?
No.
Did you ever get paid back for any of the labor you paid out?
No.
What about the labor that you yourself did for the Maxwell farm?
I never got paid anything.
You did for other jobs?
Yeah, for other jobs I did for him, yes.
My question is on the Maxwell farm, did you ever get reimbursed for any of that?
No.
So this time you're working on the Maxwell farm, how did you live? How did you eat if you weren't getting paid?
I lived off the jobs I was doing. And then I had other jobs that I was doing, trying to keep everything going.
So we mentioned earlier, you got a couple loans and they totaled how much?
$5,000 from Ransel and $49.20 from Patrick.
There was mention, and maybe the counterclaim, maybe something else, about some logs that you got. What's that?
So there was some logs on the 1790 property that ended up not being worth the time to Patrick to log out. He knew that I was needing the extra money to keep going with being sick and being down and keep the guys going and things. So he agreed to let me have those logs, and then actually told me that I could go to the farm and take some logs to keep myself going.
Go ahead.
I did that, and then when this all happened, he started saying that I had to pay him back for that.
What'd you make on the logs?
Wasn't much, $2,500, $2,600, somewhere in there.
And if you didn't say this earlier, how much did you get on the scrap metal?
20 grand
On the what?
on the scrap metal.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear again.
20 grand on the scrap metal.
Scrap metal, okay.
And then Shane, there was also something that came up in one of the pleadings about a truck. Did Patrick and Ransel or TGF&S, they give you a truck?
Yes, they did give me a truck, and that was for the bonus on the money they made on a house that I sold them, and the bonus for the 980 flipper house that they made a substantial amount of money on.
Did the truck have anything to do in your mind with the Maxwell farm and
No.
the Maxwell farm work?
No, the truck never had anything to do with the Maxwell farm cleanup.
Have you been by the Maxwell farm recently?
No.
Do you know how much TFG&S paid for the farm?
I was told like 256 or something like
I'm going to
that.
object if he has no personal knowledge.
Okay, the question is, you know how much they paid for the truck?
No, the farm you're on.
For the farm?
Yeah.
All right. Well, did one or both of them tell you how much they paid?
It was
No,
around.
I'm not personally asking, did they tell you?
Yeah, they
Okay,
mentioned
right,
to me
then overrule
when
it
they,
because it's a party opponent admission.
yeah, because they were bragging about how they got it fairly cheap when they bought it because it was going through foreclosure. It was around the 256 is what I was told.
Do you know how much it's under contract to sell for?
Not until just yesterday. or at the deposition when Patrick said that they had a contract on it for like over 600,000 or something.
So we go from, what'd you say, 250-ish or so is what you
Yeah.
thought, to 600 and some?
Yeah.
Do you feel there's anything that you did that contributed to that difference in that number?
If I hadn't have done what I did cleaning it up, they wouldn't sell it for that.
Let me clarify something. When you say the Maxwell Farm, are we talking all 3 parcels or that are under contract?
They're all
Is that what
three
you're
under
saying?
contract.
Is that correct? All right.
Is
Thank
it
you.
all three of them?
Nothing further, Your Honor, thank you. Nothing further with this one.
All right. Cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant, I believe at the beginning, Mr. George asked you, and you responded that you are a meticulous record keeper. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you kept track of what all the materials purchased?
Pretty much. I mean, there's a lot of material purchases. So
You got lots of receipts in there.
I do. I have to keep all my receipts because I got to pay taxes on them.
And the receipts that you provided in these exhibits, those are all for materials for this work on these farms?
Those are all materials for 1028, 1030, yes.
Okay. But nothing for 1032?
No materials for 1032.
Okay. When your original agreement, that agreement that you say it was signed by Ransel and Patrick,
Yes.
called for, it lists all 3 addresses, is that
Yes.
correct? Does it call for any work to be done on 1028?
It does not call for any work to be done on 1028. It calls for the work to be done
Let
on
me ask the question.
1030.
Does it call for any work to be done on 1032?
No.
Just work to be done on 1030?
Yes.
And my understanding is that you believe that you would do $30,000 worth of work. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in exchange for that, you would get the property at 1028 Locust Road.
Yes.
And that's what, approximately 2 acres?
2.25 or something like that. or
So
whatever it is.
a little bit over 2 acres. Okay. Would you expect Ransel and Patrick to pay for materials or labor going into a home that you were going to own?
Ransel and Patrick didn't pay for any materials going into a home that I was going to own.
Okay. But you've given us all sorts of receipts for 1028.
Yes.
And you said earlier that you did not believe you should be evicted because in your mind you owned that home.
Yes.
Okay. But you're asking today, you're saying that they never paid you for anything, for a home that you believed you owned.
No, they did not pay me for anything that I'd done for 1030 or 1028.
Okay. And at the time, did you believe that they should pay you for anything that you did on 1028?
No, because it was supposed to be my home.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're clear on that. And that purported contract has a date of June 11th, 2019.
Yes.
And it's my understanding from your testimony that you started work about 2 weeks after that.
Yes.
So sometime, say the 3rd week of June or so, is when you started work on the property?
Yeah, probably right after, towards about end of June, yeah.
Okay. And the work that you were doing at that point in time, was that for 1030 or 1028?
It was for both.
Okay, so you're doing work and trying to bill the defendants for work you were doing in a home that you believed you owned.
No. So I was doing work on 1028 and 1030 because I believed that I owned 1028 by doing $30,000 worth of work on 1030. So my parents were working on getting themselves together for 1028. Me and Dad both were working on 1030 to do $30,000 worth of labor to make sure that that property was paid for.
Okay. And when did, let's see, your parents moved into 1028, is that correct?
Yes.
And you moved into 1030?
Yes.
Is that correct? And your earlier testimony was that you did not discuss moving in there with Ransel or Patrick before you moved in.
Did not discuss moving in.
you said, you assumed 1028 was mine. I didn't ask if I could move in. That was your testimony.
No, I didn't ask if my parents could move in because I assumed it was already mine.
Okay, but you didn't have a deed for it.
No, I didn't have a
And you
deed
hadn't
for it at
actually
the
done
time.
$30,000
I had a
worth of work.
contract on
You had-
1028.
But you hadn't done $30,000 worth of work at that point in time.
Well, that was Patrick and Ransel told me that the house belonged to me as long as my stuff was completed. So I had already started doing $30,000 worth of work on 1030.
So let me ask it this way. At the time that you or your parents moved in, how much work had you done?
I'm gonna say a good substantial amount because I went in at
How
1030.
much is a good substantial amount? I mean, it may be clear in your mind, but I don't have any idea.
10 grand?
Okay, so you're saying that within just a couple of weeks after signing the contract, you did $10,000 worth of work?
Yeah, I mean, going in and gutting everything, patching floors, being able to even
Okay,
get
it
into
was a
that
yes or no
house.
question.
Oh, sorry.
And so then you went ahead and moved in, even though you had not done $30,000 worth of work.
So
Is it, once again, it's a yes or no question.
I moved in to 1030 because that was when I was in divorce with my ex and needed a place to stay. That's when Patrick and Ransel agreed to let me stay in 1030.
Okay.
But
But they never, you didn't, let me ask you, you did not ask them for permission for your parents to move into 1028 before they moved in?
I didn't know I needed permission for that with a signed contract if it belonged to me.
Okay, once again, if I understand you correctly, you did not done $30,000 worth of work at that point in time?
No.
Okay. Now I'm going to skip up here a minute or two. You said that Patrick and Ransel gave you the truck as a bonus for a profit they made on a house that you sold to them. Remember saying that just 5 minutes ago?
Yes.
Okay. What house did you sell to them?
7070 Fair Ridge Road.
Okay. And that was a home that you owned yourself?
Yeah, that was a home that I had on land contract through Kohler's.
Okay, so you didn't own it, you had a land contract on it?
Yes.
Okay. And you couldn't complete the land contract, could you?
Complete the land contract? No. Paying for the home wasn't a problem. We were going into flipping homes.
So were you living on that Fair Ridge Road property?
No.
Just when you were buying a land contract?
Yeah.
And you didn't have the money to buy it outright?
No. I had already paid on it for years.
No, I understand that, but it was on a land contract.
Yes. It was on a owner finance, basically. I had it done through a lawyer, through Susan Davis.
Okay. So you didn't own it at that point in time because it was on a land contract?
Yes.
Okay. So when Patrick and Ransel bought it, they didn't buy it from you, they simply bought out your land contract?
No, they bought it from me.
Okay. You signed the deed over to them?
Actually, I did have to sign some paperwork at Susan Davis releasing my name from that land contract.
Releasing the land contract, but you didn't sign a deed to them?
No.
Okay. Now, you would agree, I believe, if you'll look, I think it's Exhibit 3,
Yep.
this proposal. At the last paragraph, the last full paragraph on the third page, it starts total figure for labor.
Yes.
Is based on the amount of work in this contract, correct?
Yes.
So you'd already taken labor costs into account when you entered this contract?
For $30,000, up to $30,000. That's it. Anything over and above $30,000, they had already agreed to take care of.
That's not my question. Okay, please listen to my question and answer the question I asked you.
Okay.
This contract was based on $19,875 for labor.
For labor, yes.
Okay. And then it says, note, in big letters, all materials supplied by Rock Bottom Construction will be documented at the time of use and any work changed for less or more and not listed in the contract will also be documented for both parties and to protect both parties. Is that correct?
Yes,
And any changes made must be okayed by the customer. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay. Were any changes made to this contract?
There was changes made in this contract, and I should have documented.
Not in writing, though, is it?
No, it's not in writing.
Now, you also said that when you were doing the farm cleanup, you kept the scrap, and it was about $20,000 worth.
Yes.
Correct? And you also said you didn't check with Patrick or Ransel to see if it was okay for you to keep that. You just kept it.
I just hauled it in. There was no agreement on the scrap money, who it went to or anything.
Well, that wasn't your scrap, was it? I mean, you were paid to clean up the farm.
I was not paid to clean up any farm.
Okay, well, according to you, you would do, and this is a quote, you said, we'll do, and this is a quote, all the cleanup on the farm plus $85,000, and that would get you the 1030 property.
Yes.
Okay, so you're getting the property.
And actually, that'd be 1030 and 1028.
Okay.
You say what now?
It would be 1030 and 1028.
Okay.
Was what that agreement was for.
Okay, so you're supposed to do all the cleanup on the farm plus pay them $85,000, and then you would get the two pieces of property, 1028 and 1030. So
Yes.
you are getting something out of that. You're getting two parcels of real estate.
Yeah, that would be the payment.
That would be the payment, correct. But the scrap wasn't on 1028 or 1030, was it? The scrap was on the farm, which is 1032.
Actually, the scrap was mixed between all three, because when you come in, that's the reason why there's 3 addresses on this contract. It says 1028, 1030, 1032,
Was
because
there
at the
anywhere
time,
in this contract that says you get to keep the money for the scrap?
there's
that's sold?
not. But on this contract, it
Once
says,
again, it was a yes or no question. There was not. And you stated that you didn't have any discussions with Patrick or Ransel about who would keep that money, correct?
correct.
So you sold it and you kept it.
Well, it pretty
Yes
much,
or no?
yes.
Excuse me, counsel, I think you made your point because, again, if they're, depending on what the ruling of the court is, if he received $20,000, obviously that's going to be an offset. You know, I would assume.
We stipulate.
And I think plaintiff agrees with that.
We do.
Yeah. So if there's any amount found to be due, owing from the defendants to the plaintiff, that would be offset. So let's move on.
Okay.
But
Now, you also said that when you first walked the farm, you saw trash everywhere when you walked the farm.
yes,
So you made this agreement to all the cleanup on the farm, and you would get these two parcels of property. So you knew, you had a pretty good idea that this was going to be fairly extensive.
that's the reason why the 2 homes was fair enough pay for.
Okay, and that's
the
fine. I just want to make
extensive
sure
work.
that you saw all this.
Yes.
And then when you started seeing things that were buried, did you come back and make a new agreement or ask for a modification or put anything in writing that would change that?
No, because like I said before, I felt that getting the 2 homes and doing the work was equal.
But you didn't finish the cleanup of the farm.
Well, I couldn't. I was evicted from it.
Okay, but you've been there since 2009, since June of 2019,
Yeah.
and you didn't get evicted until April of 2023. So that's almost 4 years, and you still haven't completed that.
No, because I was doing 20 other projects, and Patrick, we were flipping homes, and
And
he
you were also doing work for other people. You had a
Yes.
contract with Janice Manross,
Yes.
and you didn't complete that contract.
No, because I couldn't.
And if your
No.
attorney wants an explanation, he can ask for that.
Okay.
And you had a contract with Dave and Mindy Wickline, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't finish that one either, did you?
No.
And you had a contract with Patrick to build a barn at his home in Clarksburg. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Patrick paid you $20,000 up front for that, correct?
Yes.
And you never finished that, did you?
I was fired.
You never finished it.
I was fired.
It's a yes or no. Did you finish it?
Being fired means no. Go ahead. Move on.
Now, I believe you answered in response to your attorney that you prepared these exhibits, or a lot of them, at the time of the litigation. And I don't know, did you mean the eviction or do you mean this litigation?
As soon as I got an eviction papers, I knew that I had to get a lawyer and start fighting this because I was going to lose 2 homes that were supposed to be mine for a lot of work I did.
Okay, so those are not contemporaneous remembrances. Those are things that you thought of later.
Those are the things that were actually done to both homes.
That's not my question. My question is, you were not taking notes on what you did at the time that you were doing those things.
No.
Now I'm going to direct you to, I think this was Exhibit 12. And are you there? These photographs?
Yep, 12-1, 12-2.
Yep. So these are photos that were taken, you testified to at the beginning or when you started work on the houses?
Yes, this is 10:30.
Okay, 10:30. Okay. And I'm going to direct you specifically to Exhibit 12.8.
Okay.
Then I'm going to ask you to flip over to Exhibit 13.
Exhibit 13. Okay.
And what are the photos from Exhibit 13?
That's the outside of 10:30.
Okay. So are these the same? Do Exhibits 12 and 13 all pertain to 10:30?
Yeah.
Okay. And my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, is that Exhibit 13 was after you had started work and you were almost done, showing finished work,
No, this is during.
in progress.
Yes.
Okay. And you'll note, I think, that Exhibit 12-8 and Exhibit 13-4 are the same photo.
12-8. Okay.
And Exhibit 13-4.
Wait a minute, okay, does that mean yes? That they're the same photo?
13.
12-8 and 13-4?
13-4.
Well,
They may not be exactly the same. They are
wait a minute,
certainly-
yeah, 12-8 has people in it.
Well, so does
13-4, 13-3 is what you're looking at, I
That's-
think.
13-4.
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute, 13-4 is what? What I'm seeing is 13-4 is, looks like the kitchen and some extension cord. Next to it is 13-3, has 2 people in it
She's
that are
saying,
the same in 12-8, looks like to me.
Yes.
Okay, so it's 13-3 you're talking about.
Well, I don't know. Mine is marked 13-4.
Mine is too. I wonder if we.
Well, I got the original, so yours is wrong. I will also note for the record that, with the writing on the back, the photos, when these were prepared, are actually flipped. So, like for instance.
That might have explained that one, why we've got.
Yeah, I can tell that, they're flipped. So anyway, go ahead.
Yep. So I guess I'm a little confused. You're saying one set is from before you started work and another set is from during the work, but they're the same photo. So are you sure that all of these are in the right time period?
well, they're in the right time period. Now, are they in the right order? That's 12-8 and 13-4, yeah, but if you notice, there are 2 different pictures. They're not exactly the
For
same.
the record, he's referring to what I have was in the original as 13-3, but go ahead.
13-3 on mine shows the new hardwood floors going
Right.
in.
That's what it shows on mine too.
Yeah.
Apparently the judges those.
Yeah,
are
the original here has been flipped when they were copied apparently.
Oh, okay.
So I think yours and mine are the same, but the.
Yeah, I just want for the record to show that what we're talking about when I,
Okay. So now let's look at exhibits. Exhibit 11. Can you find that?
Okay.
So we're going to go through these receipts.
All right.
And you say you started work about 2 weeks after, so 30th of June or so, of 2019, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, can I have a 2-3 minute break?
Well, it's 20 to 12. Let's just go ahead and take an early lunch. I need to run home and let my dogs out. So let's say 12:30. Doable?
It's fine.
All right, we'll recess till 12:30. All right, thank you. All right, we're back on record on Maynard versus TFG&S, and we're in the cross of the claimant by defense counsel. You may proceed, Ms. Hatton.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Shane, I'm going to call your attention. I think we were looking at the receipts under Exhibit 11. Do you have that exhibit in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, let's look at receipt 1030-19.
1030-19. Okay.
Do you see that receipt? On the side that says Lowe's at the top of it,
Yes.
and you'll note it at the right under the total, where it says total discount, there's a date on that receipt. What's that date?
Which page are you on?
It's Exhibit 11, page 1030-19.
19, okay.
Yes.
What's that date?
6/6/19.
And that was prior to your contract, correct?
Yeah.
And then, if you look at exhibit, or receipt number 1030-21, it's also a Lowe's receipt,
Mm-hmm.
and the date on that is 5/13/19.
Where are you seeing the date out on it?
Right above the barcode.
What is above what?
Above, there's a barcode, says items purchased 12, and right above that is the date.
Okay, yeah.
Do you see that date?
Yeah, 5/13/19.
Prior to contract, prior to starting any work, correct? I'm going to direct you now to Exhibit 1030-23. Also, these are two Lowe's receipts, correct?
Yes.
What are the dates on those?
3/2/19.
And the other one is?
3/5/19.
That's a month and a half before the TFG&S even purchased the property, isn't it? Look, is that a yes?
Yes.
All right, let's look at the next page, 1030-24. What's the date on that receipt?
3/4/19.
And once again, prior to the purchase of the property by TFG&S. And we'll now go over to Exhibit 17. These are receipts for the 1028 property, correct?
Was it 17?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think you'll agree then that you are
Which
not-
page are we talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to withdraw. I was referring to Exhibit 17.
Yeah, right, okay. I thought you were going to ask a question about it.
Well, I
All right,
was,
good.
but no.
All right, go ahead.
So I think you'll agree that you have not submitted receipts, or all the receipts that you submitted were not for work on this project, correct?
Everything for 1028, the only thing I can think is on these receipts here, I've gotten a few mixed in there.
So you're not the meticulous record keeper that you had testified to earlier?
Well, right after surgery, trying to put everything together in a matter of just a few days was very hard.
At any time, did you ask Lance or, I'm sorry, Patrick or Ransel to deed you the property at 1028?
No, I did not.
At any time, did you go to come to them and say, I think I've done $30,000 worth of work, I want the deed to that property?
No, because the contract changed. It was all different agreement after that.
Okay. So it changed for you to do the cleanup on the farm and pay them $85,000. Well, no. I think your original testimony was $85,000 for the 2 pieces of property.
85,000, and then a few days later, he decided he wanted to keep 3 acres of the
I
woods.
understand that, but that wasn't my question. My question to you is, at some point, your testimony was that the contract changed and you were to do all of the cleanup on the farm, because that original contract didn't call for any cleanup on the farm, did it?
No,
Okay. So at some point, you went to them and said, look, I'll do all the cleanup on the farm, and I'll give you $85,000, and you give me 1028 and 1030, correct?
yes,
And then that changed again, because according to you, Patrick came to you and said he wanted that 2 or 3 acres behind the house, and so they knocked $5,000 off that price.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. At any time, did you ever tender any money to them for the purchase of those parcels?
no. I did all the work, so I had already been putting down a big down payment.
Well, that wasn't the deal, was it? The deal was you will give them cash of $85,000 or $80,000, wasn't it?
The deal was that they gave me enough time to get a working septic, everything working, air to be able to get a FHA loan or a,
That wasn't my question. My question is, you were to pay them cash of $80,000 or $85,000.
85,000 extra above the work that I already done.
It wasn't work to put in, it wasn't do work in exchange for the $85,000.
No,
No. And did you ever tender $80,000 or $85,000 to them?
no,
So you didn't fulfill the contract.
I didn't have time. They evicted
You had
me.
almost 4 years, and you're saying that wasn't enough time?
And not with doing everything else that I was doing, no.
Everything else being, what, the work for width lines, work for Gannett Manross, work on the barn?
The Manross job was part of the farm stuff. It was part of the 1790, 1792. That's part of moving those families.
So are you telling me that TFG&S or Patrick or Ransel had a contract with you for Mrs. Manross's property?
No, but
That was a contract between you and Mrs. Manross, correct?
yes,
Okay. And they really had nothing to do with it. Just out of the goodness of their heart, they let her live there on their property.
no, that wasn't the agreement.
And Mrs. Manross is your wife's grandmother, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you know her. She's not a stranger. She's your wife's grandmother.
Well, I just met her. I've only known her just maybe 6 months before we did the contract, and she wanted to move to Ohio shortly after COVID when she got sick.
That's fine, but she is your wife's grandmother.
Yes,
Okay. I believe you testified that you did not keep track of the hours for people that worked for you.
I did not keep track of the hours on the farm work, no, because we had already had a contract and agreement.
And it was not an hourly contract, it was a job contract. You
Yes.
did this job, correct?
Yes,
If I can have just a moment, Your Honor.
Is there anything else you want me to ask? We'll ask them to testify.
I have nothing further this time.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Shane, why didn't you tender the 80 or 85,000?
because the original agreement is there was no rush or no time on it, and that I had to get a block foundation, a working septic system, and the house had to be at least remodeled to be able to get an FHA loan or a Sallie Mae loan on it, which is the reason why I approached Tara at First State Bank.
This Man-Ross contract that Ms. Hafner discussed or asked you about, so I guess I wasn't clear. Does it or does it not have anything to do with the Maxwell Farm?
It doesn't have anything to do with the Maxwell Farm. It has to do with the TFGNS.
Okay. And then this, she asked you something about, I think the name was Wickline or Wycliffe?
Yeah, Wickline.
What's that?
That was a job that I was doing. Their home had caught fire and burnt down. And they wanted me to build them a home because I've done tons of work for them over the years. And as we got into that job and we started doing a lot more and they started changing things, they had almost $13,000 in extras and they would not pay it.
Does the Wickline job have anything to do with this lawsuit or this dispute we're in today?
No.
Any idea how those old receipts got in there that she asked you about?
Like I said, just trying to put everything together as quick as I can. It's just something that's accidentally got in there.
Do we agree that any receipt dated prior to Exhibit 3 proposal should not be included in your reimbursements?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
I have a question though. When was the original proposal that you identified as Exhibit 1 amended to include you getting 1030? How long after? The original proposal was June 19th. You said you started work a couple weeks after that. But when was the agreement to amend that to do the 80,000 and 2 acres and get both properties?
About 3-4 months into it because of the CRP program. When they got told that they had to clean it up, there was going to be an inspection done.
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor. I believe that's hearsay.
Well, the only thing I was caring about is the 3 or 4 months, so I'll strike everything after that. All right, that's all I have. Do you have any more questions as a result of what I asked?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
All right, thank you.
You have any other witnesses?
We do not, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, claim is resting.
Yeah, move to admit exhibits. I believe we did not identify 1 or 2 yet, in as much they are public record.
Wait a minute, let me look at the index.
Yep.
All right, 1 and 2 you did not identify, that's true.
I believe 8 as well, Your Honor. That would be the municipal court entry.
Okay.
I think we had testimony relating to all of the others, as I recall. Oh, except, sorry, Your Honor, the contracts at the end, which I believe are 40 and 41, we did not have testimony relating to those either.
Yeah, 40 and 41 were not identified. And then you also have 42 and 43 with the videos.
That's correct.
Okay. 42 was 1028, 43 was 1030, is that correct?
I think that's reversed.
42 is
Reversed?
Yeah.
1030 and 1028?
Yeah, that, we watched them in the order 1030 and then 1028.
All right. Any objections?
No.
Okay. All right, all admitted excluding 1, 2, 8, 40, and 41, so. I'm going to put not offered on those since they weren't identified. 8. Okay. When we're done, Ben, pull those out and put them in a. Yeah, I've got it here. I've got it marked on the index. 1, 2, 8, 40, and 41. All right, plan for rest.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Hafner?
Thank you. I'll call Patrick Lance.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Let me see right there, please. And pull the mic over in front of you. Please keep your voice up. All right, Jermaine Choir.
Got a short guy version of this?
Pardon me?
Got a short guy version of this?
So Patrick, I know you have some hearing issues, so please let me know if you have any trouble hearing what I'm asking you.
Okay.
All right. Would you tell us your name and address, please?
Patrick Andrew Lance, 5926 Templin Road, Clarksville, Ohio.
And are you one of the principals of TFG&S LLC?
Yes.
And who is the other principal?
Ransel Richards.
And are there any other members of that LLC?
No.
So just the two of you?
Correct.
Now, you heard Shane Maynard testify about his relationship with you.
Yes.
Can you tell me your version of how you came to know Shane?
So my brother-in-laws knew him, and when I was looking for help with my primary business, he had said that he was out of work and that I could hire.
He meaning Shane was out of work.
Sorry, yeah,
That's
Shane.
okay. We love
So-
keys, we got just.
Yeah, it's taken me a minute to get out of trouble in deposition.
And do you recall what year this was?
I do not.
And what was your primary business?
I own a company that installs medical equipment in hospitals throughout the United States.
Is that Midwest Medical Supply?
Midwest Medical Service and
Services,
Installation.
okay. And you still own that business?
I do,
And it still operates?
yes.
Okay. So through your brother-in-law, you met Shane and you offered him a job?
Yes.
And do you recall how long he worked for you for Midwest Medical?
I'm going to say 6 to 8 years. I do not remember.
Let's speak your voice up. Keep your voice up. I
I'm
can't hear.
sorry. I'm going to say 6 to 8 years, but I'm not 100% sure on the timeline. I'd have to pull the records from ADP payroll.
And it's 6 to 8, not 68 years.
That is correct, sorry.
Okay. And do you recall when he stopped working for you?
I don't remember the exact date, but
Do you remember the year?
15 maybe? I'm not sure exactly, no.
You think about 2015?
Probably somewhere in there, I'm guessing.
And why did he stop working for you?
We were on the slowed down or whatever, and he had some other adventures he wanted to go in, and he took off.
Okay. And when you paid him, did you pay him an hourly rate or did you just pay him by the installation?
So he was not a 1099 employee or a 1099. He was a direct employee, and he got paid either piecemeal, hourly, or I know he would have never got salary, but so hourly or piecemeal, depending on the job. Sometimes we do prevailing wage projects, so then it becomes hourly. If he has what we consider as a down day, where the hospital won't give him a room availability that day, if it's an active hospital, then he would get downtime as well, an 8-hour downtime. So it was either going to be piecemeal or hourly.
Depending on whether it was a prevailing wage for a government job or whether it was a piecemeal for a private job.
Correct.
So stopped working for you about 2015. When was your next encounter with Shane?
When we purchased the property,
And when was that?
2019.
Okay. In April of that year?
Yes.
Okay. And what, did Shane approach you? Did you approach him? What happened?
I approached him.
And why did you approach him?
When we purchased the farm, there was a fair amount of scrap laying around here and there. So I knew he had done a lot of scrapping or whatever. So we approached him about cleaning up the farm, cleaning up the scrap, taking it out, whatever.
So did he come out to the farm and walk the farm with you?
He did.
And how long were you out there walking the farm?
Less than an hour.
And were you able to see the amount of cleanup that needed to be done?
Yeah, I mean, it was still fairly early in the year. Excuse me, fairly early in the year, so there wasn't a lot of growth on grass, et cetera. So he should have been able to see pretty much everything that was there.
And when you first employed Shane, what did you employ him to do?
When I first employed him at the farm.
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry, yes. Not for Midwest Medical, for this
Yeah.
project.
So originally the deal was that I would give him, Ransel and I would give him all the scrap, clean it up. So basically the original deal was come in, clean up the farm, scrap everything. If there's something there that's, you know, if you find a baseball card for $100,000, it's yours. You know, whatever it is, just clean it up
Whether
and get
it's
the stuff
metal
out of there.
or-
Metal.
Whatever.
There was different items there. They had a heavy equipment, them being Maxwell's. So there were some heavy equipment pieces and parts and stuff laying around in a garage, and I told him he could have everything, whatever was there.
So the original job was not for any money, or not for any property, it was clean the farm, whatever you find, you get to keep.
That's correct.
Okay. And do you recall, and was that, I'm sorry, let me back up, was that reduced to writing, or was that just a verbal agreement?
That was just a verbal agreement. At that point, it was just, hey, if you want this scrap and this stuff, take it, because he was known for doing them kind of things, so it was just, hey, I know a guy, we didn't want to haul it out, so we just figured we'd let him have it, and
And do you recall when that was, when you came to that agreement?
that was within a couple weeks of us after we closed on the property.
Okay. And at that point, there was no discussion with him about rehabbing houses or doing work on the houses at all?
No, he actually wasn't living there. He was still married to his first wife at that point, and there was no reason for him, I would think, at that point to look for somewhere to live. So we didn't have any discussions about the housing as far as him, other than what we were going to do with the houses.
And did you have any discussions with him at that point in time about rehabbing the houses?
I don't think so. I think we discussed whether we were going to look into rehabbing them or whether we were going to trash them.
Okay. So at that point, when you first came to the first agreement with Shane about the scrap on cleaning up the farm, you hadn't even decided whether you were going to just destroy the houses, raise them, or rehab them?
That is correct. We bought it for hunting and fishing and, you know, for us to get away, you know, and stay in the back house. So we knew we was always going to keep it, but we had them eyesores kind of in the front a little bit, and we didn't know exactly what to do with them.
So when did your discussion change? Well, let me back up a minute. Who decided to change the discussion to include rehabbing one or more of the houses?
So what happened was he was in his beginning stages, sorry. Shane was in the beginning stages of his divorce because he was with the neighbor. So he called me and said, can I stay? Me and Jennifer are at it. We're going to get a divorce. I'm with the neighbor girl now. Can I stay at 1032? And I said, sure, you can lay there. You know, lay your head down there. It's like not a very nice place, but you know, if you want to lay your head down there, go ahead. We offered him, you know, a place to stay at that point. And then after that, he started talking about the 1030, and he wanted to move up there. As he said, the water line went back to 1032, which was way later. There was no running water at 1032. So once I think he realized that this was a long term and we're getting a divorce, he talked about moving into 1030 because it had running water.
Did you recall when that was?
Probably September. I'm not 100% sure of the dates. At the time, I didn't think about keeping dates, but.
And you told him he could move in. Did you anticipate that being long-term, or was it just
No.
where he could stay?
No, honestly, the discussion I had with Ransel is that I figured they would work it out. You know, I just figured maybe something would happen. And conversation that I had with him, and I'm not going to repeat that unless you're going to make me, I felt like he still loved her and that it was a workable out deal. So I just kind of figured, you know, just help Buddy out, let him lay here, you know, until they get their stuff worked out. At that point, we had no idea that it was going to morph into what it was morphing into.
So when did this verbal contract morph into he's going to do work on rehabbing these houses?
So once he told me that it was going to be a permanent, he started pitching some different ideals of this, that, and the other. So we talked about selling him the 1030 property. He wanted to buy that. And then around that same time, his mom and dad lived on the property that is now ex-wife owned, correct? They had a trailer behind the front trailer. So they had to have somewhere to live. So we put them in the front trailer. It was like literally a few days before Christmas.
So that's at 1028?
I'm sorry?
Is that 1028?
Yeah. So it was like pretty close to Christmas, and he calls me and he's like, hey, Mom and Dad's got to get out. Can I put them in 1028? I'm like, absolutely. Jerry worked for me at Midwest Medical as well.
Okay.
So I was familiar with who Jerry was. So I said, yes, they can move in there, you know, until they get it figured out.
When did you have the first discussions about him doing $30,000 worth of work in exchange for the 1028 property?
So he approached us about getting the 1028 property. And we were talking about rehabbing the 1032 because that was the place where we were going to stay as a hunting lodge and hang out and do our thing, right? So we knew we were planning on getting that remodeled. We still at the time wasn't sure what we was doing with the others. So we made an agreement that we were going to, originally a verbal agreement, that we were going to trade approximately, I asked him the value of the front property, the 1028, and he said approximately $30,000. So me and Ransel talked and we said, do $30,000 worth of work and labor, or parts and labor, material and labor, to the back house.
And what did you
1032.
Not 1030, 1032.
1032, yes. 1030 was not even in the discussion at that point. So that was the original. After the go in, clean it out, you can keep everything. Had no idea that him and his wife were having issues, had no idea that this was going to morph into staying there and doing all this other stuff. It was just like, kind of started morphing that way, but that wasn't the original plan at all.
So, but you agree that at some point there was an agreement that he would do $30,000 worth of labor and materials and he would get the 1028 property.
That is correct.
But the labor and materials was for the 1032 house, not the 1030 house.
The work was to be performed at 1032 in exchange for 1028,
Okay.
not 1030.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make clear. Did Shane ever start work on 1032?
He started to gut it, tearing out the inside. Again, as you're going to see throughout this, long drawn out months of period of time to do 2 days worth of work. I mean, I don't know. We weren't there all the time. We'd go up there about every other weekend, and very little was getting done on this project. I'm not saying he was there for 80 hours or not. I'm just saying there wasn't hardly anything done. But he started to gut it, and that's where it ended. And 4 years later, 3.5 years later, whatever, 3 years later, we're still in the same spot.
Was he doing work on the 1030 property?
We started to notice at some point that he was working a little bit on 1030. But he really didn't start in on that heavily to start doing, any flooring or anything until we talked about exchanging or selling him that property for $85,000. And then way later on.
I'm going to stop right there.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
So when did you have the discussions about him buying the 1030 property for $85,000?
That was after, it would have been probably that spring, because it was after Jerry had moved in of 2020, because that was after Jerry and Sandy moved into 1028.
Okay. So now it's the spring of 2020. You've got Jerry and Sandy living at 1028.
Yes,
And Shane is living at 1030.
that is correct.
And you agree to sell him 1030 for the $30,000 of labor and materials on the 1032 house, and he's going to pay you $85,000 in cash.
No. He was going to do $30,000 worth of material and labor on 1032 for exchange for 1028.
Right.
Because 1028 was valued, it's like 1.25 acres with a single wide trailer, which is valued at around $30,000.
Right, got that.
The $30,000, the 5 acres in the on 1030 with the double wide, an add-on and a garage, even in not great condition, but certainly livable, sort of a livable condition, would be worth more than $30,000.
Right, maybe I didn't phrase my question.
Okay, maybe not.
So at that point in time, when you talk about selling him the 1030 property, the agreement at that point in time was he'll do $30,000 of work and materials on the 1032 house he gets the 1028 house, he
Yes.
pays you $85,000, and he gets the 1030 house.
Correct,
Okay.
sorry.
That was,
I'm
I may not have phrased that.
getting a lot of echo, so.
That's fine. And then, at some point, did you have a discussion about not selling him the entire 5 acres, but maybe 2 or 3 acres of the 1030 house and lower the price to $80,000?
We did.
Okay. Do you recall when that was?
That was probably in the middle of the summer, probably July of 2020,
Okay,
somewhere in that ballpark.
gotcha. And at any point in this approximately a year that this has been going on, did Shane come to you and tell you, hey, I think I've done $30,000 worth of work on the 1032 house, will you deed me that 1028?
No, because he never come nowhere even close to that amount of work, labor.
So he's working on 1028 and 1030, which was not your agreement.
Correct.
Did he ever tender $80,000 to you?
No, he had several different, 3.5 years, whatever worth of opportunity. He talked about 50 different deals he had worked. He was going to tear these abandoned houses down here in Highland County, and he offered to buy the whole farm for $680,000, and it was always something, you know what I mean? But it was never solidified of anything.
Okay. To your knowledge, and if you don't know, that's fine, just say so. To your knowledge, did he ever fill out an application for a bank to get financing?
He had mentioned it, but I did not witness anything.
Okay. And you were never contacted by a bank about a closing date or anything like that?
No.
Did you at any time sign a contract for the $30,000 worth of work in exchange for the 1028 property?
I believe we did.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes. I think we did. I think it was the handwritten, I believe there was a handwritten.
It was not a typed out?
No.
It's handwritten. Okay. I'm going to show you at this point what we've marked as exhibits A through E.
Allowed to move the chair.
Pardon me?
Can I move the chair a
Yeah.
little bit?
All right, so we've marked those as exhibits A through E. Let's start with A. Can you identify that for us, please?
It's a proposal for rock bottom for 1030 Locust Road.
Is this for 17, that 1030 Locust Road, that's the address?
Yeah,
for
yes,
that
yeah.
lot?
So this is 1790, State Route 73.
Okay. And this, and you paid him $16,850 down for that?
16,850. That's correct on check number 414.
Okay. And that said, this is for work at 1790 State Route 73, and that was a property that you owned,
That is correct.
that you bought from his ex-wife?
That is correct.
And it's just a handwritten proposal form?
That is correct.
All right, let's look at Exhibit B. Can you identify Exhibit B for us?
This is a written proposal for 641 West Main Street, Blanchester.
The job name, does it say Locust Road job?
Says Job Road, yeah, Job Locust Road, 940 Locust Road, Highland, Ohio, Hillsborough, Ohio, sorry.
Okay. And once again, this is on a handwritten contractor's proposal, correct?
That is correct.
And did you pay him for that job?
I'm trying to confirm which one it is for sure. 940 Locust Road was the one down. Yes, we did.
And was that job completed?
That Rob was the only job he completed.
I'm going to go back to Exhibit A for just a minute. The 1790 State Route 73, was that job completed?
No.
No. All right, let's move on to Exhibit C. Can you identify that for us?
Yes, this is the taking down of the grain bin.
At the farm located in
At
Belfast?
the 1032 farm address.
Okay. So this was work at the farm, and the total was $1,000,
That is correct.
and you paid him $700,
That is correct.
and did he complete that job?
No.
And once again, this is on a little half-sheet proposal.
He actually didn't start the job, but what he did was took a bunch of material that was in it out and got rid of it, sold it.
Is the grain bin still there?
Everything else, it's all there, 99% of it. Of the grain bin, what he took out was not the grain bin.
All right, let's look at Exhibit D. Can you identify that exhibit for us?
4120. Take down. This was a barn in Lynchburg, Ohio, that I had got a deal worked out with a gentleman by the name of Mike Lutmer to have tore down.
And
to tear.
this job is from TFG&S, is that correct?
That is correct.
And once again, the proposal from Rockwell Construction is on a single-page proposal sheet.
8,500, and it was,
Well, but
sorry.
answer my first question. It's on one of these one-page contract
Correct,
proposal
yes.
sheets. And that was for $8,500,
That is correct.
and that was paid in full,
Yes, it was. It was check number 311.
and was that job completed?
No.
Let's look at Exhibit E. Can you identify Exhibit E for us?
Another handwritten contract. This is for 5926. This is the pole barn at my location,
Okay, so
at my residence, sorry.
You hired him to do a pole barn at your house.
That is correct.
And once again, this proposal is on a one-page proposal sheet,
That is correct. Dated 11/15/2021.
and the total amount was $42,500,
That is correct.
and you paid him $20,000 down,
Yes.
and has that ever been completed?
No.
Excuse me, counsel, your counterclaim only refers in paragraph 15 to work for removal of a grain bin and work to be done at 1970 State Route 73, which I think is a typo. But, so these exhibits are not offered for proof of the counterclaim, just,
They're offered to show that he uses these proposal sheets.
okay, I thought that's what you were getting at, but I want to make that clear. All right, thank you.
So at any time, did Shane ever present you with a typed proposal?
No.
It was always these proposal sheets.
It was always a carbon copy sheet. They were of different sizes, but they were all carbon copy sheets.
Okay. Now, when did you first start having issues with the work that Shane was doing?
So there was, once he started getting in and got moved in and started working on here, the first thing we did was the 940, address is wrong, it's the residence right in front of the other property. And we started to, so the neighbor to them contacted me, Samantha, and said, hey, the neighbors are getting kicked out, they're gonna sell that house, would you be interested in buying that house and letting them continue to rent it? And I said, I don't know, I'd have to talk to Ransom. So then the person that lived there called me, and I did not want to, I told her that I would not do that. I said, I may purchase the house, but I'm not gonna buy it because I'm probably not gonna let you rent there. We're not landlords, we have no desire to be that. So we just let the process go its course, because I'm not the type of person, I'm gonna buy it making her think that she's gonna stay there, and I'm not gonna keep her there. And early on in it, things are going well. He goes online and buys predominantly all his stuff through Facebook Marketplace.
Shane was buying?
Shane goes through and buys all this stuff.
What house are we talking about?
It's not part of.
941.
Yes.
Well, it's not part of this, why are we doing it?
Well, I mean, my question was, when
It's
did
part
things
of
start going bad
TFGNS.
within the
Okay.
relationship?
All right, well, let's just get a date, just pick a point when it started going bad and testify about that instead of going back into the other history about stuff that's only going to confuse me, that doesn't have anything to do with this.
So is there a month or a year when things started going bad in your relationship with Shane?
Yes, it started at 941 project. It took him a year and a half to
Okay, well,
finish
when was
up.
that? We don't, you may know what that is, but
Oh.
the rest of us don't know what that is.
Get the dates off the. I said 941, I'm sorry, 940, 730. So probably late September,
Of what year?
sorry, of 2021.
Okay, so from the time he started doing the farm cleanup and sometime in the late summer of 2019 until 2021, things were okay.
Yes,
Okay. Then in 2021, things started going bad.
yes.
And did you discuss it with him?
We had talked to him about, we need to get some projects done. 941, 1,200 square foot house.
Okay, but that's not part of this one, so let's.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
That's
so-
just when we started, so I didn't know. That's when it started going bad with that project. I know it's not part of that, but that's where it is. So
Did
after
you-
that, it just started trickling.
And he's still living at the farm, his parents are still living at the farm,
Yes,
and they're not paying any rent for that?
that is correct.
Okay. And did you ever ask him to pay rent?
I did not.
And in your mind, was that because that's part of his compensation for the work he's doing?
So the original thought that we in Ransel had is that this is temporary, right? When he first, we had no idea to know that him and his wife were splitting up and then mom and dad get kicked out. So that was, the original thought was this is temporary because we didn't even really know what we were going to do with them two addresses at that point.
If it's 2 years later, was it still temporary?
No, at that point, it turned into promises and wishes and hopes and that never come to tuition. I mean,
So at some point, you must have started considering living there rent-free as part of the compensation he's getting for the work he's supposed to be performing.
I don't know that we really considered it much. We just kept thinking he's going to buy it. He's going to buy it. He's telling us all these things, that all these things are going to happen and we're going to get all, he's selling us the world. And in fact, none of it transpired.
So if he had bought it, you wouldn't have worried about it.
Say that again?
If he had actually followed through and purchased the farm, you wouldn't have worried about how long he had lived there rent-free.
That's correct.
Okay. But he never did purchase the farm, and so it got to be, what, annoying?
I'm sorry.
Did it become annoying?
Yeah, I mean, at some point, when he referred to earlier about the conversation we had on the porch where we were both pretty loud, I asked him straight up. I said, do you have any of Janice, we call her Granny, I'm going to try to say Janet Monrush's money of in here for $84,000 left? No. I said, do you have any of Wickline's $42,000 left? No. I said, do you have any of me and Ransel's money left? No. Which makes sense because we were loaning him money, so we knew he didn't have money. So now he has no money to finish any of the projects that he started for us. And he spent my money, Ransel's money, and all these other people's money and flat broke, and he's got all these projects started
And when
and
you're
nothing
talking about
finished.
your money, you mean the money you paid him for some of these other projects that are not part of this
Absolutely. All these projects that are in my hand that he started and never finished, except for 941.
And do you
Or
know,
940,
do you
sorry.
recall when that conversation took place?
That was just a few weeks prior to the eviction.
Okay, so sometime in the early part of 2023?
Correct.
Was it that conversation that led up to the eviction?
Yeah, we had no option. He told us, I asked him in that conversation as well, I said, are you going to be able to get a loan to purchase these houses, the 1030 address, or the 1015, or the 1028? And he said no. So I asked him all the questions for reason of, what are we doing here? Because this can't go on for eternity,
Has it
right?
been
We
going
have
on
to
for
cut the
almost
cord
4
at
years
some
now?
point. We can't donate you, we can't loan you any more money, we can't advance you any more money. You've spent all this money, and now we got nowhere to go from here.
And you're almost 4 years into this.
4 years in, nothing's getting completed, all the money's evaporated. He can't get a loan for the house. He can't fulfill any obligations because he has no money to fulfill them. We have to, at that point, me and Ransel felt like we have to cut the cord.
Okay.
This has to end. We can't continue it forever.
So you filed the eviction and he was ordered to leave.
That is correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to refer you to Exhibit F. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm gonna give it to you. No, I'm sorry, I still have it. Exhibit F. Can you identify those one?
This is 1032.
Well, let's start with, I've handed you a packet that's stapled together, correct?
I'm sorry.
I've handed you a packet of paper stapled together.
That is correct.
And can you identify what that exhibit as a whole is?
This picture here, these pictures are all of 1032 Locust Road. These are all phone shots that are dated, encrypted through the phone. And this is Tuesday, April 25th of 2023.
And are these pictures true and accurate representation of the house as it existed at that time?
That is correct, and these again are from a cell phone. They're not from Walmart and stuff. These have crypted dates and times and everything through the cell phone.
So 1032 is the home that he was supposed to do $30,000 worth of labor and materials on.
That is correct, for exchange for 1028.
So let's just take these pictures one at a time. The top photo.
That is the driveway end of the property. That would be the north end of the property, of the house.
And are there parts of the exterior wall missing?
There is.
And the Tyvek is coming off?
It is.
Let's look at the second photograph. Can you describe that one to us?
That is the windows that are on the front entrance side of the house.
And there's lots of just insulation hanging out.
That is correct.
There's no exterior siding or boarding at that point, is there?
No.
Let's look at number 3, or the third one. Can you describe that one for us?
This is along the front of the house. You can see the beginning of the north end. You can see the window left of the front door. And so this is the face part, or the east side of the home.
And the next one? Can you describe that one for us?
This would be first stepping into the front door of the residence.
And are there any walls in the picture?
There's no walls. It's completely gutted and left as an open shell.
And there's just insulation and studs.
And that is of April 25th, 2023.
And okay,
Approximately 3 years or more later after it
it's
started.
supposed to start working. Okay. What about the next photo?
That would be coming in the door just to the left. So this is just the left angle of the angle before.
And once again, bare walls with no drywall, no paneling, just studs and insulation.
That is correct.
What about the floor? Is there any floor covering?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Is there any floor covering?
No,
And it looks like there's some light fixtures hanging down.
correct. It's completely gutted.
And the next one.
So this is depicting a picture further to the left. The empty space to the left would have been the master bedroom, and then you can kind of see the remnants of a master bath and a laundry room, and an exit that goes to the door, which is where you've seen in Exhibit F that the wood is missing, exposed to the outside. You can see the light coming through.
Gotcha. How about the next photo?
So this is standing back where we were just referencing, shooting towards what would be the kitchen, shooting back. Now we're standing at the north end of the house, north end of the kitchen, taking a picture towards the...
And once again, we've got studs and insulation, but no walls.
Yes.
No flooring. What about the next one?
If you come in the front door, this would be the wall to the right.
And similar to the other photos, we've got no walls, just insulation and bare floors and studs.
Yep, hanging electric, etc.
And let's go on to the next one.
So this is standing in the room of the exhibit. Do you have an exhibit number? of the previous picture, it's standing in that room looking at the next room.
And the same thing, just bare studs, no walls, insulation.
That is correct.
And then the last photo in that group.
That is taken a picture of just a little bit deeper in the same room, but looking back towards the back bedroom. And there's actually a hole in the floor you see there. That is for, that is there on purpose. That's not something they took out or whatever. That's to go to the basement. There's a staircase there that would go to the basement.
But once again, no walls, just studs.
That is correct.
And this was the home that he was supposed to do $30,000 worth of work and materials on.
That is correct.
Do you know, let me ask it this way, did he do some work on that house?
Only thing they did was gut it and put the, he used this, we had purchased some Oriental strand board, I think it's called. And from one of his dealings, we got some from a gentleman, and we used it for, we primarily bought it for the 940 address for flooring as a subfloor to put hardwood floor down. And he used that, and we wrapped it where it needed it and wrapped the Tyvek and gutted it, and that's it.
And you paid for those materials?
That is correct.
Okay. So
Paid
that
for the
wasn't-
Tyvek, all material was paid by.
Okay, so it wasn't material paid for by Shane?
That is correct.
Let's move on. I'm going to show you now what was marked as Exhibit G. And that's also a stack of photos, is it not?
What exhibit are
sorry.
you on?
I'm sorry, Exhibit G.
G is, okay, thank you.
Can you identify that exhibit I just handed you?
Yes, these are pictures, time dated stamp from the cell phone of 1030 address.
Okay. And when were these photos taken?
April 25th, 2023.
And are these photos fair and accurate representations of the house as it was at that time?
That is correct. This is as of April. The phone crypts it to the exact date, location, etc.
And at this point in time, was 1030 occupied?
It was not.
Was this after you had filed the eviction?
That is correct.
Okay. And will you just, let's go through these photos just like we did the last one.
Okay.
The first photo.
The
what
first
that?
photo is showing the front right-hand corner of the residence. It's showing that there was some siding material on there that he'd taken off and exposed what was behind it. There's no shutters there or anything because obviously he took the other stuff off. The metal that he used, the rusted metal from around the skirting, came off of one of the barns that was destroyed on the property. They kept the roof material and he used it for the siding around it.
And what's about the second photograph?
The second picture is would be the east end of the home and the back porch area and the double doors that lead into the addition room.
Okay. What about the third photo?
This is, I don't know, I'm going to say this is that same end of the house, but it's what we're showing here is the rusted metal was put up here, and then they didn't put anything between the house and the top of the metal. So it was all exposed all across between the top of the metal and the house. So there was weather, et cetera, able to get in there and do damage to the house.
What about number 4?
This is a room, again, once something he started, never finished. I assume that he was going to put that tub in there. I noticed in one of his pictures, that tub's not there, but the tub was there when I left. I don't know if they moved the tub or what, but the tub is in the picture that is part of these cryptid pictures with that time and date. And
if you look at the top of that photo, you see the ceiling,
yes, unfinished, bare wires.
and there's a ceiling fan in the tub,
That is correct.
and another ceiling fan on the floor in front of the tub.
That is correct.
And to your knowledge, was that tub ever hooked up?
No.
Let's go on to number 5. The next photo, can you
This
describe
is-
that photo to us?
Yeah, this is another photo of the same room showing more of the, nothing finished on the roof, got wires hanging, there's no mud, tape, nothing's been finished, nothing around the windows finished. Again, showing the same tub, same ceiling fans and everything laying on the floor.
What about the next photo, number 6? This one's a little bit blurry, but can you describe that one to us?
So this photo is outside of that same room, so it was the room that we saw earlier that had the double doors that was going into it. This was the addition part of the house. So on the outside, this is the master bedroom side of this same wall that you see on the previous picture to the left. This is that outside wall. Again, no insulation, no finish to it at all. There's a box there with a wire hanging out of it. No electric hooked up. There's just a vacant studded wall.
What about number 7?
This was in a closet area, I believe. Trying to remember this room.
Are there bare studs showing?
There is on the right-hand side. And at the original paneling, all the trim, there's bare stud on the left. So none of the doorways were finished out, no door hanging here.
What about number 8?
This is back in the this is in the master bedroom. This is when you come in the door from the door for where the tub was at, you're looking left at that point. So that outside wall where the double doors are from the earlier photo, this is the outside wall. Ceiling grid's missing out. It does have insulation in it, but it's all studded walls. You notice the back wall or the head wall of the bed is all the original paneling, all the original woodworkings up there, no trim, nothing other than started the stud of that outside wall.
But number 9, the next photo.
So now we're looking at the other half of the bed. You can see the double doors. You see in the laundry baskets, it's all studded walls, insulated, no trim around the door.
No drywall or walls.
There's no drywall, no finish, no nothing. The doors are wappy jawed, big crack at the top. Still got the original carpet in it, etc.
But number 10.
This is the same room. This would be the south end of the room. So if you was turned to your left, you'd be looking, this is almost from the end of the bed. And again, you can see the far wall on the left. It's studded around the window back to the original paneling, it looks like, and then paneling all the way across the back. The original carpet. Nothing that's on that end to the right of that has been remodeled or the flooring.
But the next picture, number 11.
I'm sorry, say that again.
The next photo, number 11.
Next photo. I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Yeah, good.
Next photo.
Yes, yes.
The next photo is the kitchen. This is where he probably done the most work, but again, didn't finish anything out. You do see that he'd put some cabinets in here, but there's no trim around the top, the beadboard, along the outside of that cabinet edge, etc. But these are cabinets that he put in there. I don't know the countertop, I guess. He got the countertop, I don't really
And
know
above
what
the
was in there.
sink, can you describe what it shows, the area above the sink?
I'm sorry, can I describe what?
Can you describe what is depicted in this picture in the area above the sink between the 2 windows?
I don't know what that, a mirror or something there?
It's certainly a reflection, looks like.
Yeah, it's like a mirror or something behind the,
I was trying to decide whether it was a mirror, or whether it was plywood or just bare plywood.
yeah, it's actually, I think, reflecting the other part of the room that ain't finished.
Okay, fair enough. Next photo is number 12.
So if you walked up to them cabinets and turned right, there's a door there that goes out onto the deck. You can see on the right-hand side, it's studded, no insulation, no drywall, wires are exposed. You see around the door frame, there's no trim or anything around that. I don't know if them are holes in the door or if that's reflection of the hinges or something. I'm not sure with that, but just not finished.
What about the next one, 13?
So now we are standing back there by the mirror that we were getting the reflection from, turning around, looking back towards the main living room. As you can see, there's no trim around the edges. This door frame's not finished. The blue wall's all original. You can see blue walls back towards the front door. He started to put up this plastic rock stuff that he got online, and it's just kind of put up, but it's not trimmed out and ain't even completely up. Doesn't really have a good ending spot or starting spot. I don't know what the plan was there, but.
And it looks like there's a hallway towards the lower left part of the photo.
Say that
If you
again.
look at the lower left portion of the photograph, is that a hallway?
That is the hallway that goes to the bathroom.
And from what you can see from this photo, are those walls finished?
They are not.
How about the next photo?
So this is standing over by that plastic rock stuff that he hung on the wall, facing into the living room corner. You can see damage in the ceiling. This is all original popcorn ceiling. He's taken down some rafters. You can see by the thing, there's no trim. The left wall is all original. The right wall is drywalled. No trim, no finish, no mud, spackle. You can see underneath this chair to the left, under the lamp, no baseboard, no trim, no nothing.
You know, there looks like there's wires hanging down, but no light fixture.
Wires hanging down out of the ceiling, that is correct.
What about the next photograph?
The next photo is in the hallway bathroom, which, because the other bathroom was never finished, this is the only bathroom in that home. Again, you can see that they put up this real thin, I mean, it's like a 16-inch, 8-inch thin wood slat, which he used a lot, and he started it, and there's no sink in the bathroom, no trim around the door, no trim in the corner, just
So in that
things that
bathroom-
started, never finished.
In that bathroom, there's a toilet, but no sink. Is that correct?
There would be a toilet to the right of there, that's correct.
But there's no sink in that bathroom?
There is no sink in that bathroom, that is correct.
All right, what about the next photo?
This was another bedroom in the main part, and all original walls. You can see some damage up the center to the right. Looks like they had some cord cover coming down the wall, but nothing. The flooring is just the flooring. If there was carpet or something, they had a cat litter box there. Looks like there's damage on the floor there, but just basically nothing had been done in that room.
What about the next photo?
So this is behind the green wall would have been the only bathroom. And again, you can see that nothing had been done behind there. That driveway on the right looks like it might have been done. It's definitely a different color, but no corner trim, no nothing. The rest of that's all original.
The next photo, this one's a little bit blurry, but can you tell us what's depicted in this one?
I'm sorry.
So this next photo is a little bit blurry, but can you tell us what's depicted in this one?
This is all I could get into this room. I couldn't really get access to that, but you can see through the top, they're all original walls, original trim. You can see right on the door frame there, that wraps around to where we were just at. And that's not got any finish. That's exposed drywall on the ends with no door in there. Looks like there's some wall damage there, but that's pretty much all original to when he moved in.
And the last photo, that's group.
That's in that same room back there, just a couple pictures back. There was just so much stuff stacked in there that I couldn't even get in there. But if you try to look at the walls and stuff in the background, this room had nothing done to it either. No flooring, no drywall, it's all original to when he moved in.
And the work that was performed in that house was not work that you had contracted for?
No, we had nothing to do with any of it.
Is the house still in substantially the same condition today without the furniture, of course?
Correct, the same as these pictures are today.
I'm going to show you now what we've marked as Exhibit H. Can you identify that for us?
So in the address of 1032, where I'd said there was a staircase that was supposed to go down to the basement, this is the basement. And what you see there is the siding that we purchased from somebody he knew for this house. And then the right, what you see there is hickory flooring that we purchased in Kentucky for this house.
And when you say we purchased, was that you or was that Shane?
Yes, that was TFG&S.
Okay, so Shane didn't have anything to do with the purchase
He
of
did
that?
not purchase either one of them.
And that was what he was supposed to install in the 1032 house?
That is correct.
And was that flooring ever installed?
I'm sorry.
Was that ever installed?
No, this is still accurate today, and this was after they were evicted.
Okay. What about the next photo?
That's a better view of the siding and the corners and everything that were originally to go in that house.
So that was that siding that you purchased?
That is correct.
Not Shane?
That is correct.
For the 1032 house?
That is correct.
And he never installed it?
That is correct.
What about the next photo?
That is a picture of 2 skids. And I honestly don't remember what was on it, but it ain't there now. I just don't remember what we had on there.
Something for the
Seems
house.
like to me there were some cabinets on there, and I can't remember if they were on the skids or not. Ransel might remember better than me, but we had purchased some cabinets from a local person here in town that we were going to use on the 940 house, but the layout of the cabinets did not work. And I believe them cabinets might have ended up over at Wickline's house. They disappeared. I don't know for sure where they're at, to be honest with you.
But they were cabinets that you and Ransel purchased?
They were.
So Shane didn't have anything to do with the purchase of those?
That's correct. Now, I want to clarify, I can't remember 100%, but I think that's what was sitting on. I know that we bought cabinets, and I know they came up missing. But I'm pretty sure they were sitting on them skids, but I could be wrong on that,
Okay.
just so we're clear.
I'm now going to show you what we marked as Exhibit I. Once again, it's some photographs that are stapled together. Can you identify those for us?
So this is a picture of the property where there's metal piled up, rocks piled up, and these culverts are sitting here. There's some iron there, some steel. I'm not sure what it's from, where it's from, or where it come from. Doesn't look like it necessarily been laying in the mud or anything, so I'm not sure where it came from.
And when were those photographs taken?
These are time printed from the cell phones at April 25th, 2023 at 12:44 p.m.
And do those photographs truly and accurately reflect the condition of the farm at that point in time?
That is correct.
And was this part of the cleanup that Shane was supposed to undertake on the farm?
It was.
And so in 2023, the stuff is still hanging out.
It is.
Let's look at the next photo.
In that photo, you can see behind there, that's where it was burning stuff, and a lot of stuff didn't get burnt, and it's still piled up there.
What's the next photo? What is that?
There you go. So in this picture, you can see the silo that's still standing, and this is still dated and time-stamped with the phone, that the silo is still standing there and in completion. There's nothing missing on the outside of it or
And
anything.
is that the grain bin that he was paid separately to take down?
That is correct.
And still standing there even though you paid him to do that?
Absolutely.
Okay. And is that grain bin still there today?
It is.
Okay, so he never did anything on it?
He did not.
What about the next photo? I think it's the last one.
Did you say the next photo?
Yeah, the next photo. I think it's the last one in that section.
Same photo, might be a little different angle. Yeah, it's a little bit different angle, but you can see that that's a pile of trash and debris and stuff that he just decided to push in a pile and leave it there. I'm not sure.
Okay. So it was work that was not completed on the farm?
I'm sorry.
Is it work that was not completed on the farm?
That is correct.
I'm now going to show you what marked as Exhibit J. And will you identify that for us?
This is the barn in Lynchburg.
And it's
I
not
don't
part of this
remember the
contract,
address.
but we included it just to show that he doesn't complete.
Yeah, this is the one that we had the contract for, that we paid in full, and this is.
What are the pictures you're referring to? Are those the ones in the top?
Oh, I'm sorry, I should make this clear. The front page is just to show that the date and time when the photo was taken.
Oh, okay.
May 17th of 2023.
Okay, they don't have anything to do with this.
No, it's just, then the second page is the.
Gotcha.
It's money that we paid that we did not get paid back for on the counter shoot.
And what day were these photographs taken? Or this, what day was this photograph taken?
May 17, 2023 at 2:30 or 3:25 p.m.
And that, another project that you had paid him for in full and then it was not completed.
I'm sorry.
There's another project that you had paid him for in full but was not
That is
completed.
correct. This is accurate to today.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you Exhibit K. Can you identify that for us?
These are pictures from 10:30,
From the house at 10:30. What day were they taken?
July 10th, 2023 at 7:32 a.m.
And does this, look at the second page, has the photograph. Does that truly and accurately represent the condition of the home at that point in time?
That is correct.
And what does that picture depict?
The second picture shows that there was a ceiling fan there, I believe, at one time and is no longer there. And
I'm
that
sorry,
there's nothing finished. They've taken the strip down on the ceiling and the drywall that's not mudded, taped, or painted or anything.
and which address is that at?
That is at 10:30.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit L. Can you identify that photograph?
I believe that is 10:30 as well.
What does that photograph depict?
There's still carpet in the room, and that there's the gap in the line. Looks like there's a dent in the ceiling or the wall a little bit. There's a mark there where I'm not sure what happened there, but it looks like to me that's the original wall. It's not been taped or painted, obviously.
And does that photograph truly and accurately reflect the condition of that wall?
Correct.
Now we get to
Excuse me.
M. Can you identify that photograph for us?
This is taken from 1028 Locust Road. And what this depicts is that you saw in their pictures earlier on that wall was white, and then you could see where they had the word Maynard, or their last name, hanging above the kitchen, and now you can see in that period of time, the heavy smoking created an outline of their name. And the whole house is that way. The walls are that way, the cabinets are that way, everything is layered in smoke, cigarette smoke.
And is that an issue for you?
I mean, if we was to sell that and break that off and sell that individually, absolutely.
And
We'd have to clean all that to sell it. I mean, it'd be hard to present that to someone.
I'm going to, as much as I want my steps, I'm just going to hand you these last three exhibits all at the same time, so I don't have to walk up here every time. Exhibit N. Can you identify that for us?
I believe that would be 1030
What
Locust Road.
does that picture depict?
I'm sorry.
What does that picture depict?
It shows where, obviously, where there was a window at one time, and they started to do drywall. Well, that wouldn't be 1030 because they never done any drywall in 1030, or I'm sorry, 1032. I'm sorry, probably it had to be in 1030 because 1032 never had any drywall hanging in it. So this is where they started, covered up a window with some OSB, started the project, got wires and boxes and hoses and nothing finished.
And there's exposed insulation and studs.
Yep,
And
pretty much
does that picture
the way
truly
everything
accurately
is.
represent the condition of the
That is
home?
correct.
And let's look at Exhibit O.
Okay. This is July 10th, 2023 at 8:15 a.m. This is 1028 Residence.
And do these photos truly and accurately represent the condition of the home?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Do these photographs truly and accurately represent the condition of the home?
That is
on July
correct.
10th?
Yes, that's correct.
And will you describe, I think it's the third page back, is when the photos really start. Can you describe that to us?
That is the kitchen in 1028, you can see in the right-hand corner the M from the smoke. You can see where microwaves and difference where they put up things, but they didn't move anything. They just slapped it up. You can see the original wallpaper where the microwave was. I'm guessing the dishwasher was there. Refrigerator was to the bottom left. You can see the flooring comes up short of the dishwasher. No kick plate on the bottom of the cabinets. And smoke, you follow the smoke line from the one wall, you can see it pretty much patterns it all the way across the ceiling.
And what about the second photo in that group?
Same kitchen, same area, just a little bit stronger view towards the right. And gives you the whole maynard above where the dishwasher and stuff was.
And what about the next photo?
This is a stronger view of where the microwave was. You can see the outlet for the stove or whatever is just laying down on the floor. That's a gas line. And again, you can see where they had their microwave and there's still a hole in the wall and it's exposed to the insulation. And in the top section, there is no insulation. That's just a bare outside wall.
And what about the final two photographs in this section are the same thing? Are they
That is
not?
correct.
Just one's a closer view. What's depicted in these photographs? What's depicted in these photographs?
Holes in the ceiling. This is in 1032. Or, I'm sorry, 1030. 1030, sorry.
And was that hole was there when you received the property back?
Yes.
All right, final exhibit,
Okay.
exhibit P. Will you,
This-
yeah, describe
this-
this one to us.
Go ahead.
Can you identify this exhibit for us?
Yeah, this was time stamped with a cell phone, July 10th, 2023 at 8:15 a.m. You can see in some of his photos, there was a big window here. They took that window with them, and you can see where they cobbled in an area, and that happened on both sides of the house. You can see mold and water getting in on the bottom two corners
That's
of that room.
That's the second photo in that.
I'm
group.
sorry.
Which exhibit
Well, you
was
can
on
see it
P?
in the first one
Yeah,
too.
P. So on this, the second nearly full-size, full-page photo,
That is correct. You
that,
can see them walls are original, except for where they took the window out, the bigger windows out and framed that in and covered it up, but you can see the mold on both corners of the bottom right-hand, left-hand corners. There's water getting into the trash.
and then the last two photos, what do those depict?
The last photo, now that's straight across the room. Again, you can see where that's all closed in with OSB, and you can see especially the right-hand corner, if you're facing the window, has some mold and stuff coming in there and leaking, and there's no frame or outer work around that. The walls to the left and right are all original walls that have not been replaced. That's trailer, masonite, or whatever that is they use in trailers, paneling kind of stuff.
And just to make sure we covered all of the photos and all the exhibits, those were all taken by you,
That is correct.
and
You
all of
can-
those photos truly and accurately represent the homes at the time that they were taken.
That is correct. And in the last picture, again, you can see where pictures were hung on walls. You can see this little wall that protrudes out is all original wall as well, and the wall to the left of it.
Your Honor, can I ask for a break now?
I'm
sorry.
Let's finish the exhibit, no, I
Oh, I
have
thought
it
it
down
was
to take a break as soon as the exhibit's done.
Okay.
That was my last exhibit.
Okay, you're done asking questions about the exhibit?
I'm done asking questions about the exhibits.
All right, so we'll take a recess. 10 minutes.
him to come around to here, have a seat. Have a seat at the witness chair. Yeah, have to go around this way.
Did you get sworn in the clerk's office? Would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Let's have a seat right there.
Thank you. Could you tell us your name and occupation, please?
Bridget Wagner, I'm a Realtor.
And you work with Classic Real Estate?
Yes,
And how long have you been a realtor?
27 years.
And you're fully qualified, you got all your certifications up to date?
Yes,
And do you know the plaintiff, Shane Maynard?
yes,
And do you know the defendant, TFG&S, being Patrick Lance and Ransel Richards?
yes.
And how do you know them?
They purchased the farm from me on Locust.
You were the agent for the
I was the
Maxwell farm.
agent, yes. I represented the Maxwells.
And when that farm first came on the market, do you recall what the listing price was?
$389.
And were you able to sell it at that?
No, we quickly reduced it about a month after that.
And were you at some point able to complete the sale on that?
Yes,
And that was to TFG&S?
yes.
And do you recall what that purchase price was?
220, I can't see, 227.5.
Okay. And did they get a good deal on that?
Yes.
In your opinion?
Yes, they did.
And have you kept up with the value of that farm?
Not with that farm, but of land around, yes.
So in your experience since 2019, have land prices stayed the same, gone up, gone down?
They've gone up drastically.
And when you say drastically, have they doubled, tripled, gone up by 1.5 times? How many?
I would say that they've doubled.
Okay. And that's just from appreciation and the economy, inflation in the economy?
Yes.
And have you been to this farm recently? Well, let me
Maybe,
ask it this way. When was the last time you were at this farm?
maybe about a year.
Okay. And did you notice any improvements in the farm the last time you were there from the point that you sold it?
Just that the outside was a little more cleaned up. I think there was a building gone.
And in your opinion, did that itself increase the value of the farm?
I don't really think it increased it or decreased it.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross?
Thank you. And I'm sorry, Bridget, what's your last name?
Wagner.
Wagner, okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Ms. Wagner, Andy George, I represent Shane Maynard, the plaintiff in this case. I have a couple questions regarding or relating to the testimony you just gave. You told Ms. Hapner you have seen the farm recently,
Within a year, I think.
and did you go through any of the houses or any of the barns?
I think I went through the back house,
Would that be 1032, do you know?
I think.
Okay. And did you walk the property then?
I didn't, I mean, I just went down the road. I did not walk the property.
Do you have any personal knowledge of any work that Shane Maynard might have done on the farm?
The only thing that I remember, I think the house that he was living in, he did some repairs there.
Okay. So safe to say, is it fair for me to say you have very little knowledge of anything Shane may or may not have done on the farm? Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have any involvement in the current contracts on the property?
No,
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of those?
no.
Okay. Nothing further on it.
Redirect.
No, nothing, Your
All
Honor.
right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to recall
Yeah,
Mr. Lance?
recall.
All right, Mr. Lance, you take a stand again.
Okay, I think I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Did you ever loan Shane any money?
Yes.
And how did that come about?
So me and Ransel had loaned him some money.
I couldn't hear that.
Sorry. So me and Ransel loaned him some money.
he had a deal going on with Janice Monross. He had gotten 84, he had her sell her residence and everything in Pennsylvania, moved her over here, was going to stay in the State Route 73, the 1790 State Route 73 property for 2 to 3 weeks. And then he was going to move the trailer that his mom and dad used to live in to a lot that they bought with that money, some of the money over at Rocky Fork Lake. So in that sequence or whatever, then we got messed up with what was the question again?
Did you ever lend Shane?
Yeah, so in that, over there at Rocky Fork, he was going to pour a pad for this trailer. So what we were trying to do was trying to help him get this trailer set on this piece of property at Rocky Fork so that he could get Janice out of 1790 State Route 73, our residence, or our property, over there so that he could start doing some work or get anything accomplished at 1790. So we loaned him $5,000 because he said it'd be $4,800 to do the concrete work. He did not.
Did that money come from
TFG&S? Okay. And then after that, I found out that I asked him why he did not get that done and where was the money, and he said he spent it on other things. I went out there without Ransel because I didn't want to get Ransel involved and loaned him $4,800 out of my pocket to go get the concrete done because we're just running, he's just running in circles and not getting anything done. So we needed him to he brought Granny into our fold when she wasn't, necessarily supposed to be there. So when he brought her into the fold, we had to get her and the trailer over to the Rocky Fork and out of 1790 so that we could move forward to get 1790 because he was using her living there as an excuse to why he wasn't getting everything done.
So the $4,800 that you loaned him, you said out of your pocket, was that a check? Was it cash?
It was cash.
And you gave him cash for $4,800.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have him sign anything?
No.
Just
trying to help him out like we did from the beginning.
Was it a gift or were you expecting to get repaid at some point?
I was hoping to get it back.
And then there was some struts of some sort?
So with our company, or my company that I own, we get strut. So I get a surplus of it. So once I get a surplus of it, I'm not going to hold it. We hold it for other projects, so that if I need it down at VA Cincinnati, I can run some down there to keep things rolling. Once I get a surplus of it, I sell it. So he knew Mark, I think it is, over at this place over here, Hedges. And I told him what we had. They were working on the barn that day.
I'm sorry, when you say him, do you mean Shane or
Shane.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I told Mark what I had. So Shane had a couple guys working on the pole barn that day, and they loaded it up, took it to Hedges. Well, in that deal, I called Mark and said, hey, write that check out. Originally, I said write it out to Patrick Lance. I switched it and said, hey, write this out to Shane Maynard. And he was like, what? I'm like, yeah, he's having a tough time. We're trying to help him out.
And do you know how much that check was for?
I believe it was around $4,800 or $4,900.
Okay. And you were trying to help him out because he was broke. And once again, did you expect to get that money back? Are you hoping to get back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Our main purpose was really just to he was telling Janice that there was a sinkhole and there was all this other stuff that we found out later wasn't true. We're trying to get her situated so that we could free up this because people can only live in these places for free for so long before we have to pull the string.
At that point, she was living for free in a property you owned in 1790 State Route 73. And you had nothing to do with her except that out of the goodness of your heart, you allowed her to live there. Is that accurate?
He said she would be there for 2 to 3 weeks. I believe she was there close to 2 years.
Okay.
And we paid the water bill and electric for the first 10 months.
And she wasn't paying any rent to live there?
No.
And once again, just out of the kindness of your heart?
Yes.
And because she was Shane's grandmother-in-law?
Yes, and when I went over and met her and talked to her, that's kind of when we started saying, that's when we started realizing he's telling her that he's over at my pole barn when he's not at my pole barn, and then telling Wick Lines he's over at hers when he's not there. Because he only had a few people working for him, and was telling each group, thinking they would never figure it out until I met her. And then she's a sweetheart, and I ain't got the heart to throw her out. I still to this day, she is out now, and I still call her. I called her on Mother's Day. Just become fond of her.
Now, throughout Shane's testimony, I want to see if you can explain this to me, because I can't make hide nor hair of it. Shane was talking about doing work on 1030 and then getting the property. Was it your intention that he would do work and then you would give him that same property?
Yeah, I don't necessarily well, we didn't sign the contracts, but I've never seen them, but what I'm reading or what I'm thinking they're trying to say is that he's going to do some work on 1030 and we're going to give him a house. That's not
Same
realistic.
house,
Yeah, the same house. Hey, just go in here and dump $20,000 in this house, fix it up, and then you get it for free. That doesn't make sense to me, and that's my...
Wait, okay.
Sorry.
I'm going to sustain it, he's offering an opinion, so rephrase it.
So your understanding was he was doing work on 1030, he was supposed to do the work on 1032, not 1030.
That is correct. We were still doing the third, because this 1028 address is an acre and a half roughly, right, with a single wide trailer. That would be valued around 30 grand, right, at the time. Now, the other one, he's already stated, is that we said 85,000. Why would I give him an $85,000 residence for $30,000 worth of work? None of what they're saying makes sense logically.
And you intended to keep 1032 as your hunting lodge.
That is correct.
So that was the house that you wanted fixed up.
That is correct.
That was the house that you expected the $30,000 worth of work to be done in exchange for the 1028 property.
That is correct. Because
No.
them values,
No further
common sense should value.
No further questions, John.
All right. Cross?
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach to give the witness some of our exhibits? Thank you. This is ours. We're going to reference some of these. So if you didn't
Should have made that a little bigger.
there's an index here.
Okay.
And then there's some net number tabs. And as I mentioned, sometimes if you get back in the back here, some of those number tabs are kind of hidden. If you get stuck and can't find something, let me know.
I'm getting a lot of echo, so I may have to ask you. Sorry, my hearing aids are
And I'll try to speak
bouncing
loud.
off walls, sorry.
That's okay. And do you still have the binder that Catherine gave you? Oh, okay. Are these in order?
I think we're in reverse order.
Switch these
I
around.
might have mixed them up, I don't know.
Yeah, I think
That's okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Mr. Lance, I'm going to hand you the exhibits that you just went through with your attorney
Got
too.
Four.
And I think I put those in order. Again, if I reference something and you can't find it, make sure you let me know. and I'll
Yes, thank you.
Stop. If you could, Mr. Lance, I'd like you to take a look, and these would be your attorney's exhibits E and G.
G,
E and G. Excuse me, just F and G. Excuse me, should be pictures. Let me know when you get to F and G.
oh, and
F
the
and
picture.
G?
F and G. Excuse me, I said E.
Can I set these here?
Yes.
Running out of arms here. All right, F and G
There should be a series of pictures for both.
from 1032. Is that
Do you have
correct?
those in front of you?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I got
So-
F anyway.
Okay, that's fine. There is a date in the upper right-hand corner of several or all of these exhibits, April 25th, 2023. Do you see that date?
That is correct.
So, do you know, is that the date you took these pictures or the date you sent this Gmail email?
It's all stamped on my phone. I actually had to learn how to do it.
Understood. So, do you know, as you sit here today, whether that was the date they were taken or the date they were emailed?
I know that it gives you a date and thing. I'm not really that tech savvy, but I was shown how to send them with the date and everything. Time was supposed to be stamped on there.
Okay, and to clarify something I believe you told your attorney, these are pictures from when after Shane left the property, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. If you would, and I hate to get these mixed up on you, but if you would take a look at my exhibits, and we're going to go to Exhibit 8. Tell me when you're there.
Okay.
Should say Hillsborough Municipal Court at the top.
Should say what?
Hillsborough Municipal Court at the top.
8.
Exhibit 8.
Give me just a second here. Okay.
So in the eviction action, eventually the court ruled in your favor, the municipal court. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so Shane had to leave, right?
That is correct.
So do you see the date at the top of Exhibit 8, June 29th, 2023?
Let's see, April 14th. Where are you looking at?
There's a file stamp right in the middle at the top.
I'm seeing April, maybe I'm on the wrong thing, but I'm seeing April
Are you
14th, 2023.
May I, Your Honor? Are you looking at Exhibit 8?
Make sure I'm looking at the right spot. This is one. Okay. I was going to say April.
You're on 7.
Okay.
I think, Mr. Lance, we're on the same page now. Let me re-ask you that question. Do you see a date at the middle and the top on Exhibit 8?
Yes, June 29th, 2023.
So that was the date the municipal court ordered Shane to leave. Is that right?
That is correct. That they held it for several weeks after the thing. They didn't make a decision that day.
And Shane actually didn't leave immediately on June 29th, correct?
He had, I don't remember, 3 days or something. I don't remember the exact date.
Shane's testimony, I don't know that it matters that much, but Shane's testimony that he was out on, was that he was out on July the 9th. Does that seem right to you?
It could be. I'd have to go back and look.
So explain to me how these pictures that you took, dated 4/25/23, were taken after Shane left.
These pictures were taken after he left. So that dates must be correlation of something else. But it was supposed to be, and I probably didn't do it right because I'm not IT savvy, but we took all pictures after he left.
So did you put an old date on those pictures?
Actually, you know what? These are the pictures. These are the wrong pictures. These are the pictures. So after arguing with Shane for a few weeks to give them the 24-hour notice, I was able to enter the home for inspection. So some of these pictures where you see the furniture and stuff in there is actually from when I did the inspection. I sent her probably 600 pictures. So some of them, the furniture is in there. It was an inspection during the time that he was living there. If the furniture is out, they were taken after he was gone. So some pictures got mixed. I sent like 600 pictures,
So we can correct your testimony. Any picture in your exhibit binder that has a date of 4/25/23 was not taken before Shane left.
No, I would say that some were, some weren't.
So then
I think this date you're seeing here and the date that I read and said was the picture date is actually, that wouldn't be right though. Just sent the pictures. Has to be. Let me look at some of the pictures. I sent about 600 pictures, so.
Did you backdate any of the pictures you sent?
No, I don't do none of that stuff. So like, for instance, this picture, they were obviously gone. They all left on the same date as he's already
Mr. Lance,
noted.
I'm not asking about the undated pictures.
Yeah.
The pictures that you presented dated 4/25/23 are the ones I'm asking about.
Yeah, the ones with the furniture in it were the inspection, and the ones that were no furniture in it were the ones taken after they've gotten crossed. We set them all in order, but when we sent them, they might have fell out of order in which she received them.
So the testimony you just gave the court that all of these pictures were after Shane left was not true.
It is not accurate to what I sent in file when she received them. That's correct. They were either on when the furniture was in, they were eviction, inspection. Ones with no furniture were afterwards.
And Mr. Lance, along the same lines, if you take a look, flip your, this is my exhibit books, flip to exhibit 3, and it should be the proposal. Let me know when you're there.
Where we at? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't speak loudly enough. My book, exhibit 3.
3. Okay.
It seems to me that I've heard a fundamental difference in the deals between you and Shane today. Your testimony, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that Shane was to do work on 1032 in return for ownership on 1028, right?
That's correct, because that value is $30,000 for $30,000, not $30,000 for $85,000.
We're not getting to the second deal yet. I'm
Okay.
still talking about the first deal. Shane testified that he was to do work on 1030 for ownership of 1028. Did you hear him say that?
I did not have that agreement.
You didn't.
That was never the agreement.
So if you take a look at the
Can I
proposed...
read this for a second?
Yeah, sure.
We're
sure.
on tab,
We're on tab 3. It should say proposal at the top.
oh, see, I was on the deed, so that's one of the
sorry.
warranty deeds, so I was,
I'm sorry.
all right. Okay, now let me look at this real quick.
Okay, tell me when you're done.
Go ahead.
Oh, so my question was, let me back up a little bit. My question was, did you hear Shane testify that he thought the original deal was, hey, I'll do work on 1030 and I get ownership of 1028? Did you hear him say that?
I heard him say that. That's
Okay.
not correct.
And then if you take a look at exhibit 3, and let's go to the 3rd page, and you see the second note down,
Yes.
and it references work for 1028. Is that right?
Construction will be providing all labor, some materials, for the sum of $30,000 for ownership of address of 1028 Hillsborough Road with its 1/1680 mobile 2 acres less than survey complete, one storage property to them. So that was in exchange for 1028, and that was $30,000 worth of work we were supposed to do and labor on 1032.
So why do you and Shane, if you know, why would you and Shane have such a fundamental difference of understanding as to which property he was supposed to be working on?
I have no idea why he would think we would give him, do $30,000 worth of work and giving him an $85,000 home.
That's not what he said. He said deal number one was I work on 1030 and get 1028. But then he said the deal changed. Before we get to the changed deal, I'm trying to figure out why you think it was 1032 and Shane thinks it was 1030.
I have no idea why he would think that. Why? I guess if you're on his side of the fence and you want to trade $30,000 for $85,000, that's a pretty good deal for him.
That's the second deal. I'm still talking about the first deal. At some point, this first deal changed, right?
There was never a deal to do $30,000 worth of work on 1030 for 1028. It was all, or 1032. It was always to do $30,000 worth of work and labor on 1032 for 1020, in exchange for 1028. $30,000 worth of work and labor for a $30,000 worth of piece of property.
Then let's see if we can agree on this.
Okay.
There was an original deal for him to do $30,000 of work on a property to get 1028.
There was an original deal was to do $30,000 worth of work on 1032 in exchange for 1028, but he didn't finish any of it.
And Exhibit 3, when was the first time you saw that document?
This is the same proposal.
Yeah, it is.
I believe I saw this when the eviction case.
And it was it when I gave it to you and I started asking you questions about it?
I believe so, yes.
And, Your Honor, can he look at the one in the original binder? Sure. Thank you. And Mr. Lance, we're still on Exhibit 3.
Okay.
I want you to take a quick glance at the original Exhibit 3, especially at the last page.
Yes, sir.
I believe in your eviction hearing, you told me you thought Shane took that page off of something else and stuck it on this proposal.
I believe what I said was I never signed this contract and I never saw it before.
As you're looking at that signature page on the original Exhibit 3, you're going to tell us that's definitely not your signature.
What I'm telling you is definitely I did not sign this contract.
But
Just
you might.
separate page, everything's on one page, it's always at the end, everything's shifted. This is the one I believe you asked me to rub my finger across or something. But I did not, nor did Ransel, in my presence, sign a contract with this information in it. Whatever this signature and sign for was not affiliated with this. We did not sign that.
Let's ignore the first 3 pages.
Okay.
If you look at page 4, the signature page, is that your signature?
Say it again.
Is that your signature?
What I'm saying is I never
That's
signed
not what
this
I'm asking.
contract.
It's not
Wait a
what I'm
minute,
asking.
okay, I'm gonna order you, answer the question. Is that your signature?
I have
Because
no
I'm gonna
idea.
ask if he doesn't.
I have no idea.
You don't know whether that's your signature or not.
It's affiliated with his contract, so I don't know how to answer that question because I did not sign
The
the
question
contract.
is that your signature, yes or no?
Well, no, because I did not sign this contract. So I'm going to say,
All right.
answer the question is no.
Go ahead.
Mr. Lance, can you
Yes.
tell? Do you know? Is that Ransel's signature on that page?
I have no idea. I don't really pay no attention to his signature, to be honest with you. Sorry.
And it's your testimony that Shane never used a contract like this. He always used different contracts, right?
The handwritten one's what he used with us. I will say on the previous question, Ransel never signed this contract in my presence.
Okay. Ransel testified at the eviction hearing that he doesn't remember. Do you remember him saying that?
I do not.
Okay. This was the first contract, written contract that you did with Shane, is that right?
As far as is that the carbon copies you're referring, or are you talking about just these the typed ones?
Exhibit 3.
Okay. This was not, this contract didn't exist with us. So I can't answer that it was first, second, third, or fourth because we didn't have this. The deal was $30,000 worth of work at 1032 in exchange for 1028.
So it's your belief that Shane faked this?
Yeah, I guess. Wouldn't be the first time.
Mr. Lance, I want to ask a question. something else I need to clarify. Bridget Wagner testified that the purchase price for the Maxwell farm was $227,500.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
That sounds correct. I don't
And I know it's not.
I don't remember to the penny, but it was somewhere in that neighborhood.
I know it's not much, and you can give the judge that original
Okay.
back then. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Lance, if you would flip to my exhibit 1.
Sorry.
My exhibit 1. I'm sorry.
1?
Yeah, I usually speak a lot louder, but got
No,
some
you're fine.
sinuses, so I'll do my
It's
best.
really not the volume. I had to turn my hearing aids up, and I'm getting a lot of echo, so the words are kind of mumbling around.
I understand. Let me
So
know
the
when you're
first
exhibit
page
1.
here, okay?
It looks to me like there was 3 parcels as part of the sale, and I see a purchase price of $25,000 on one, and then I believe
This is
185 on the other
Am I on the
one?
right page here?
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
So without looking at that, maybe this will trigger your memory. It looks to me like the auditor is reporting a sale price of 185 on one of the parcels, and then 25 on the other. Does that ring a bell?
It seems to me that the 1032 belonged to a different Maxwell. I may be wrong on the address, but I'm pretty sure the 1032 was the gentleman who hit a drunk driver with a dump truck and killed her and went to prison. So I'm thinking in my mind that there was two different ones, I'm pretty sure. I just don't remember what address is with what address, I'm sorry.
And I don't intend to belabor this point because it's not much of a difference, but I'm just trying to clarify to see if we can clarify. It looks to me like the auditor was reported a price totaling $210 for the sale of the Maxwell farm, but then Bridget Wagner said $227,500. I was just trying to figure out why that difference.
I don't remember it being 210. Do they owe me a refund?
I doubt it. I doubt you get it.
I don't remember a 210. The 227, 230 somewhere sounds familiar to me. But honestly, I don't want to quote that. I don't remember exactly. But 210 does not sound correct. But I could very well be wrong on that.
And the price, was that a fair price, high price, low price, steal?
Oh, we stole it.
Stole it?
And we got new neighbors, and rent went up.
Now, can you and I agree, whether we agree or not, which property was part of deal number 1? Can we?
Which property, I'm sorry?
Whether or not we can agree the first deal was for 1032 or for 1030 work, what can we agree about the second deal? This first deal changed, right?
Oh, it changed 800. He called me every other week. That's what's so hard to remember everything. It was every week. It was another concoction deal. How about this for that? I mean, he would find things on the side of the road like a dump truck or something and call me and say, it was constantly bombarding of that kind of stuff.
But with regard to the Maxwell farm alone,
Yes.
at some point there was a new deal or a changed deal that involved the purchase of 1030 and 85,000, right?
Yeah, he approached me about purchasing 1030.
Was it a purchase or was this part of the farm cleanup?
No, he was a straight out purchase.
Okay. So
The cleanup was all for the scrap money.
So your
I don't know where
testimony.
this other stuff's coming from or where it's generated from, but
So did you hear Shane testify, hey, Patrick and Ransel said, if I do farm cleanup, not only do I get 1028, now I get to buy 1030 at an $85,000 price. Did you hear him say that?
I did.
And that's not true?
That is not true.
Okay. So all along, the only thing Shane was going to get for the farm cleanup was the scrap.
That is correct. And he absorbably, that's 3 guys 1 week. It's about all he did. And the hole that he's referring to, he kept digging for more and digging. I kept telling him, why are you digging holes? Fill it in. But he kept finding more scrap, and to him that was money. Now I got a hole as big as this room, 15 feet deep, that don't even hold water for a pond. and I had to force him to stop digging. He wouldn't quit digging because it was like he was looking for gold. I don't know. I guess maybe the scrap to him was gold.
Can we agree that there was never a lease agreement with Shane or his mom and dad?
That is correct.
Okay. So I want you to take a look at Exhibit 5.
You were talking about for rent, right?
Rent.
Lease. Okay, not farm and stuff, okay.
That's correct, that's correct. Tell me when you're at Exhibit 5.
Am I have to write one, Hillsborough Municipal Court?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does it have case number 23 CBG 170 at the top right-hand corner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if there was never a lease agreement, why did you tell Hillsborough Municipal Court there was an oral month-to-month tenancy?
I think that's misinterpreted. The oral.
What exhibit are we on?
Exhibit 5, you're on the first page.
All right, thank you.
Got the case number 170. 170.
So my question again was,
Section states defendant
you just told me there was never a lease.
Under an oral month-to-month tenancy. So that's a play on words.
How is that a play on words?
Because it says here, thereafter described premises, let me go back to the plaintiff of the case of action states the defendant entered the possession of thereafter described premise under an oral month-to-month tenancy.
There was never an oral month-to-month tenancy, was there?
Yes,
Your Honor, I'm
it
going to
wasn't
object.
financially tied, but it was
Okay.
it
Are
was.
you objecting?
Sorry.
I am, because whether there could be.
Well, here, first of all, counsel, whenever you want to object, instead of starting out saying, Your Honor, blah, 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 tell me there's an objection instead of just talking. So now that there's an objection, what is your objection?
My objection is that you can have a tenancy which does not require a lease. And so I think Mr. George is trying to confuse the witness with legal terms. The complaint states that there is a month-to-month tenancy, not that there was a month-to-month lease.
Well, I read that, I read the order, and he found there was no lease agreement. So I think that's all I need to know. Now, why did they put it in there? I don't know. Could have been pled as a holdover, or the owner desires premises. But I think you maybe have to give 30 days notice for that or whatever. I haven't done that kind of practice in a long time. But in any event, I think your point's been made. Let's move on.
Well, I think
Objection will be sustained.
so I can
No,
answer-
you don't talk until there's a question in front of you.
I'm sorry.
I want to answer the question. I'm sorry.
And I do want you to take a look at the third page.
Of the same one.
Yeah, flip a couple pages. It says notice to leave premises at the top. Do you have that?
Notice to leave premises?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Now, is that your signature?
Say that again.
Is that your signature?
That is my signature.
And so did you post this on Shane's door?
I did. I actually done it a couple times because I didn't do it correctly, because I tried to do it myself originally, and because it looked like it was pretty easy, but
So if you look about halfway down, as the grounds for kicking him out of the property, you put non-payment of rent. Or did you put non-payment of rent?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that, but I mean, again, the court already ruled there was no lease agreement. And this is in exhibit, is in evidence, so I know what it is, but I'll allow you a little leeway. So I'm going to overrule that objection, but let's go ahead and get on to the point.
I understand that, Your Honor, if I may.
I understand it's a credibility issue.
Exactly, Your Honor, that's the point I
And
was
I'm
trying to
allowing it for that purpose.
That's exactly right.
Not for the substantive issue, but because that's already been ruled upon. There was no lease agreement.
I understand.
No rental set. That's what the judge said, and he said, but they're entitled to possession.
I'll move forward, Your Honor. Mr. Lance, if you could flip to Exhibit 7.
7, you said?
Yes, let me know when you're there. It should be the police report.
Yes,
Are you there?
I am. I think so, yeah.
Okay. Did you report to the police that Shane stole from you?
I did go see the police regarding the eviction, because when I called the sheriff's department, I was told that I did not have a right to give him 24-hour notice to enter the premises. And I found out later, because when I texted him and told him that I was coming to do an inspection, he said, "You're not coming up here, I'll call the sheriff's." So I went to the sheriff's department, I told them that, and I explained to them everything that was going on, from him when we went to the going out of sale auction, finding stuff that belonged to the farm and myself for sale in the auction. I explained all that to them.
What did you hope the sheriff would do? Kick Shane out?
No, I wanted them to give me a right. So what I did was, I went on to the Ohio, and I'm not going to remember this, but the Ohio website, researched the code where I'm allowed legally to give him 24-hour notice in order to enter the house for inspection, which is where the pictures came from that we talked about earlier. It had the furniture in it. They were telling me, I called up there 2 times, and they told me I did not have the right to do that. When I found that code, I went up there before I went to Shane's because he said he was going to call the sheriff. So I just kind of was trying to hedge my bet on him calling the sheriff, and I was just going to go there first anyway.
So at this point, the eviction's been filed, you've talked to the sheriff. Shane had worked on 1028, 1030, and the farm for almost 4 years at that point?
And got nothing done.
I want you to take a look at Exhibit 4.
4, you said?
Yes, please. It should be the text message.
I'm on the wrong one. Okay.
I want you to take a look about halfway down. There's a couple underlined lines. Do you see those?
Yes.
So you just told me Shane had done nothing. Yes, you cleaned up the farm. It says in no. I suspect that means I know. So on March 5th, 2023, you text Shane, hey, I know you cleaned up the farm, but you just told me he didn't do anything.
No, I said he didn't basically do anything. There's very little done on that farm that he did. Very little. He's trying to say 8 months or something early.
That's not what you sold him in
One
the
piece
text.
of equipment and 2 guys in 2 days, you could do what he did.
In the text, you said, yes, you cleaned up farm, I know.
Yeah, in text, I didn't go into detail to how much. That is correct. But the answer to the question and for the text would be very little.
So is there anything else going on in March 2023 that contributed you to try to get Shane out? Contributed to you to try to get Shane out? Shane was sick, right?
I went and seen him, referring to the argument we had that day, and I asked him these questions. I said, do you have any of Janice Monroe's? I called her Granny in the conversation just so we're correct, but her real name's Janice Monroe. I said, do you have any of Granny's $84,000 left? He answered no. I said, do you have any of Mindy and Dave Wickline's $42,000 left? He said no. I said, do you have any of the money that me and Ransel has paid you for projects that you never finished or money that we loaned you? His answer was no. I said, have you have any way to purchase this house or any of the houses? His answer was no. At that point, we done gave him a place to lay his head down when he's going through a divorce. We allowed his parents to stay there. We loaned him money. We drug this on. At some point, you can't ride this rodeo forever. We had to draw a line in the sand. He was not finishing anything, not only for us, but for other customers.
And I think that matches something that Ransel told me in deposition when I said, hey, what went bad? Ransel said, well, Shane was going broke, right?
Yeah, he blowed all the money.
Shane was sick at the time too, right?
He had a stint there where he was sick.
Now, can we agree that Shane did some work on 1028, 1030, and 1032?
Probably caused us more issues than did good. Probably did more harm than good.
Now, if you remember, we did a deposition a few months ago, and I asked you some specific questions about some work, whether or not, Shane did it or not. Relating to 1030, you said that you had no idea whether or not Shane had repaired subfloors. Fair?
Say that again. Which location?
These next few questions are all 1030.
On 1030.
Yeah,
okay.
and these were questions I asked you in your deposition and your responses, and I want to see if that's still the answer. I asked you, do you know if Shane repaired subfloors? You said you have no idea.
In the area of the kitchen, in the kitchen living room area where he put some hardwood floor down, I don't know, because we would just go up there and he randomly did something, didn't ask us permission, didn't ask for money, just randomly did it. So
Fair
whatever
enough.
was under that floor, I have no idea.
You don't know.
Other locations I could tell you, but not in specifics.
On 1030 still, you said, I don't know whether he did drywall and paintwork.
What, at 10:30?
Yeah, still 1030.
I don't know if there's some drywall work that he did as far as hanging it, but he didn't finish none of it.
You said, I don't know whether he put a new a new support beam in. No idea.
Say that again?
I asked you, do you know if Shane put a new support beam in? You said, I have no idea.
That is correct.
And I asked you, what about plumbing and electrical? You said, I'm not sure.
I don't know what he put in and what was existing. All I know is it's exposed.
I asked about new doors, and you said, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that there's any new doors.
What about the roof and the porch removal? Do you know about that?
There, where the deck is on what would be the east side of the house, where you see the deck, there was a covered area over that he pushed over and burned.
And now relating to 1030, I asked you, what work have you done or had done on 1030 after Shane left? And I believe you said winterizing and fixed a couple leaks, about $1,000. Fair?
Correct.
Okay. Now 1028, I asked you if you knew if Shane had done the guest bathroom, redone the guest bathroom. You said you didn't know.
Say that again.
I'm sorry, this is 1028.
Oh, 1028, I was
I'm
still on
sorry.
1030, sorry.
That's okay, I should have made that clear.
1028. Okay.
I asked you, do you know if Shane redid the guest bathroom? You said you didn't know.
That's correct. I had not entered that bathroom when we purchased the property.
And I asked you, what about new cabinets? You said you didn't know.
I don't know whether they're new or refurbished. I have no idea.
Plumbing and electrical, same thing. You said, I don't know.
The things I couldn't see, I can't answer.
And then I also asked you the same question about 1030. What work have you had done after Shane left? And I think you said about $800 for winterization, some other stuff. Fair?
That's correct. Back on the plumbing and the electrical, where all the walls that are still the original trailer wall, you would have...
There's no question in front of you on that. You
Okay.
answered that already. I'm not
Okay.
going to double back. Okay.
I'm getting the addresses and locations mixed up a little bit.
Just listen to the question and answer the
Yes.
question.
I don't understand how you can tell us Shane didn't do any work, and then when I ask you specifics, you say, I don't know if he did that or not.
Because nothing's really new that we can see that much. We can see what's new and we can see what's old.
So is it fair for me to say, hey, he might have done a lot of work that you don't know about because you can't see it?
If you want to go there, I guess.
I'm just
Yes.
asking. Is
Yes.
that fair to say? Okay.
Yes.
During Shane's work there, how were you involved? How often were you visiting?
We would go up there just through spurts. So we was up there every other week sometimes, every other weekend sometimes. There was a few times we were up there through the week, just depending on the week. There was no pattern. I mean, I guess that might be the best way to answer.
I assume by we you mean you and Ransel?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. What about phone calls, texts, anything with Shane? Were you kept updated?
Correct. We were pretty much texting a fair amount, yes, on status of projects, etc.
So when Shane testified, hey, this is the labor I did to these properties, do you believe him?
When you're talking about all the work that he quoted today?
Yeah.
No.
What about the hauling, I forget what he said, 20, 30 semi-loads of stuff out of the farm? Do you believe him?
He doesn't own a semi. He carried that out of there with a dump trailer, my dump trailer, and a flat trailer.
Let's say he meant the equivalent of that much. Do you believe him?
No.
Okay. What about finding corn heads and I think a bread truck, etc., underground? Do you believe him?
Yes, he was digging till he could find everything he could because that was money, that was income for him. So yeah, he actually sent me a picture, I think, of a Coca-Cola bed or something that he dug up.
I said bread truck. I think you're right.
Yeah, Coca-Cola truck. Yeah, sorry.
So I want to go back to early 2023, before the eviction.
Early 2023 and what?
Before the eviction.
Okay.
Okay? What happened at the Palmer auction?
At the where?
The Palmer auction?
So we went to the Palmer auction, and there was a piece of property that butted up to us. the Palmer farm butted up to the Maxwell farm, if that makes sense.
It does.
So we were there, and of course, they cut the farm all up into these bunch of different lots, which we weren't for sure they were doing. So we had some interest in the small batch of woods that butted up to the farm. So I was over there, and they had a big map of the whole deal, which in that big map included our property. So I was over there with Ransel and I, we were standing there, we're looking at the map, and we could see kind of a really cool photo of our property, you know, an aerial of our property around where the other properties. We didn't know kind of where the lines were with other people. We knew where our lines were. So as I was looking at that map, a gentleman came up by the name of Joseph and said, "Are you here to buy?" And he was of Amish or Mennonite descent. I had no idea at the time. I got to talk, and I told him, well, we were interested in this, but it's 198 acres, and we're not going to have that kind of money to buy that. So we're just here as spectators at this point. And then he immediately asked if we would sell our property. I said we would think about it. He went over and talked to some other people. I took pictures because Shane knows some Mennonites and Amish that are in another suburb area, that Belfast area, can't if it's Newmarket or something. And I was seeing if he knew, if it was the same guys that he knew, because Shane was saying, this guy, it's gonna come down to them and solar people, and you should sell your farm. And I'm like, well, if I want to sell my farm, we're looking at buying this. So we kind of went back and forth. So I took some pictures and sent them to him on my phone to see if it was them people, but it was not. They're from like Lancaster, Pennsylvania area.
And you were surprised by what the neighboring farm sold for, right?
Oh yeah,
Why?
$7,070 an acre. Ours didn't bring that much, but that's a pretty big number.
And you text Shane the price that it brought because you were so surprised.
4.623 million, they bought it all.
And you asked Shane, hey, do you know any of these guys here, right?
I was asking him if it was the people he knew that he told me I should sell to.
And one of these people at the auction, you said, at least about some property, told him about 73 places, and he about jumped out of his jacket. Once it's bad, I would say.
Yeah. He asked me if our farm was for sale. I told him I didn't know, but we did have 1790 State Route 73 for sale if we could ever get Granny out, moved away, and he'd get work done for her so that we could open up that to sell it. And he did. That's correct.
Now, were these the same guys that you actually showed the farm while Shane was still there?
I never showed the farm.
You didn't?
No, I don't think I showed the farm. They came up and did their own stuff. Not the buyers that are there now. There was other people.
If I may approach you.
But I don't believe I showed Curvin.
Mr. Lance, I handed you a picture that Shane provided me, and Shane told me that this is a picture he took of you showing the farm to some Mennonites while he was living there. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, he texted me or called me, I don't remember which, and said there were some Mennonites up here looking at the farm. That is correct.
Is that somebody you sent up there?
They were the ones that was interested in the property, and I told them they could go look at it.
I'm a little confused. Are we talking about the farm on Locust Grove or 71?
Yes, Locust Road, sorry.
1790, yes, sir. So
No, Locust Road.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, it could have been either one. They could have went and looked at both of them. Are you saying that this is the farm?
I'm telling
1032?
you, Shane told me, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, Shane told me this is a picture that he took.
You know, quite honestly, Council, I'm wondering what this is all about. You know, it may be interesting,
I'll
but
get there.
if not, I can't see the relevance. So could you get to that?
I am.
All right, let's do it now.
We'll do it. Were these guys interested in all three parcels, 1028, 1030, and 1032?
Absolutely.
Okay. When did they start talking to you about price first?
About how much?
Price.
Price?
Yeah.
Oh, it was, I can't remember the dates, but it wasn't too quick. They're hard to get a hold of stuff.
Let's put it into the context of while Shane was there or not. Was Shane still there?
Trying to remember the time frames. It could have been.
Shane
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you.
Shane testified, I'm sorry.
It was close around somewhere in there.
Shane testified at some point you reached out to him and said, hey, I want to sell to these guys. How about I buy you a different farm, move you somewhere else? Did you do that?
I didn't say I'd buy him a different farm. I said, we may sell this place. If we sell this place and buy another farm and it has a residence in it, maybe we can move you over there. I didn't say I was buying him a farm.
When did you first get the Maxwell farm under contract?
The original contract,
Yeah.
probably last fall. I don't remember the dates. It expired. We had a 30 days on it and it expired.
Fall of 2023, you had it under contract.
I believe it's the date. I don't know the dates exactly, being honest.
And if you would please, in my exhibit folder, flip to 40 and 41. And they should be at the very back.
So where's it at?
Yeah. Let me know when you're there.
You
I'm
said
gonna
what,
object
what
at this
number? I'm sorry,
point.
40?
Wait, objection what?
I mean, he's asking when you got the farm under contract, it was in the fall. Seamus had already been evicted by, the end of June, so I don't know what the relevance of any of this
Well,
is.
to the question he asked him, take a look at Exhibit 41. Now, so that's overruled. Now, if he's got a question that you want to file, raise an objection to, listen to it and then make the objection. You're anticipating it and it's too early. All right, now, ask a question that she's probably going to object.
Hey, Mr. Lance, do you have exhibit 40 and 41 in front of you?
I think so.
Do you recognize those documents?
I'm getting to signature.
That's fine.
Actually, these are so the original contract was one contract under the name of
I'm going to object. The question was.
Wait a minute, I'm going to sustain it because he's not answering the question.
Yeah.
Question is,
Yeah.
do you recognize those documents? Now, there's a yes or no answer to that.
well,
These
trying-
documents, I've not. what
yeah,
happened
I
before.
know, I'm trying to
These two
clarify
documents, do
because
you
there was
recognize
more
them?
than one of these.
Just answer the question, yes or no.
I vaguely remember that there are contracts for the property, but there's something that's not adding up, but go ahead.
And I'm going to ask a real quick question about the dates on this.
Yeah,
And that's why I was going into some of these dates. If you look at 40 and 41, the date on the first page is 2023, but the signatures are 2024. Does that make sense? Or do you understand why that would be?
yeah, see, the original contract was one contract for one purchase price to one group. It was the Mennonite Association of some county. That expired, went away. They came back, they wanted two contracts, one for one address, which was the 1030, and then they want one contract for 1028 and 1032. I filled it all out, me and Ransel signed it, we forwarded it over to Market Street Title, and we have yet to today receive it back from them with their signatures. But it appears you have it, and I don't.
And I will tell you, I did get
That's
this-
why I'm confused.
I'm sorry. I did get this from a subpoena from Market Street Title, and that makes sense.
Yeah, we didn't get it, because so I don't have a contract with their signatures, only the contract that I sent them with our signatures. That's where I was getting confused, I'm sorry.
So was there a contract?
I'm going to object at this point because
All right. What is the basis?
the basis is it's irrelevant. If he's going to sell.
Okay, if it's irrelevant, that's your objection. What's the relevance?
I don't think I even asked my question. I was trying to figure out, was there a contract for 1523 while he's in the process of
Okay.
kicking Shane out?
I think that's a fair question, so I'll overrule that objection.
The dates on this contract don't match, so I have no idea where the 4/15/2023 came from. I don't.
I believe in your deposition, you told me that the sale price right now was $655, is that right?
The original one contract was $655. That is correct.
Now, these contracts, 40 and 41, total $655.
That is correct.
Okay.
They split it. 1028, 1032 is together, and 1030 is together.
And I'm going to object again to the relevance.
Okay, I'm going to overrule, but, let's get to the
I'm almost
point.
done here.
I think I know your point. Let's get to it.
Got it. So, Mr. Lance, purchase price a little over 200, whether it's 227, 210. Sale price 655. And this has been only 4 years, right?
That is correct. We basically stole it on the front end, and then we got Mennonites that moved in and took $4,500 acre property to $7,070 an acre.
But they only
And
gave
they're
you
gonna, my understanding from the first guy, the first group, from the first purchase, is they're tearing down 1030 and 1028 is going away. I don't know that on the second part. Nobody said that.
They only gave you that price if you included 1028 and 1030, right?
It was all one sale. I wasn't parsing it out.
I just have a continuing objection to the relevance of this. I mean, it's his,
Well, you put in the realtor to testify as to the increase in value and the reason for it, so we'll let him go ahead and explore that. You're overruled.
Mr. Lance, I'm going to re-ask that question.
Go ahead.
I think my question was, the only reason you got a $655,000 price was to include 1028 and 1030, right?
It was all sold as one group. We wasn't parsing it out. So one sale was contingency of the other in this one.
So in order to get the contract, you had to get Shane's deal away, gone, done, right?
Shane had already told me prior to the sale that he had no money to finish any of the projects.
You didn't answer my question though. You said, in order to consummate this sale, you had to get rid of Shane, right?
At some point, yes. At some point, you can't live there forever.
So to get rid of Shane, you first decided that he only had a lease, right?
Only had a what?
A lease. That's what you told the court.
A lease for the rental or the farm?
That's what you said.
Your Honor, objected. He never told the court they had a lease. He said there was a tenant's.
Okay, well, wait a minute. I'm going to overrule that, but I'm going to say you got to limit the question of what was in the complaint, not what he said, but what was said in the complaint. And then if you want to refer to the ruling of the courts, you may do that.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll withdraw that question.
All right.
Regardless of what the eviction said, you evicted Shane. That's the first step you took, right?
It had nothing to do with the sale of the property. He was already done because he could not fulfill the obligations that he said he was going to do.
And for whatever purpose, you talked to the sheriff too, right?
I talked to the sheriff about him saying he's going to call the sheriff if I go out there and activate, and I wanted to be proactive with the sheriff department to say, here it is under this code and this thing from off the website, that if I give him 24-hour notice that I have the availability to go in and do an inspection. He was telling me that I was not allowed to do that, and he would call the sheriff.
And this is after you got surprised by the sale price on a neighboring property, right?
I don't know if it was before or after. Eviction had nothing to do with the sale of the property.
And when I asked you about that contract at the eviction hearing, that's when you said, I've never seen that. That's a forgery, right?
Say that again.
And I asked you about the contract at the eviction hearing, and you said, that's a forgery. He faked that. The same thing
You're
you told
talking
us
about the
today.
contract for earlier, about 1030 for, yes.
That's right. And now you're sitting here saying that you don't believe Shane when he testifies how much work he's done to the properties, right?
Correct.
And so then you're accusing Shane of lying about the receipts and labor he presented, right?
It seems like the dates were wrong. I'm not accusing anybody. I'm not accusing anybody on the receipts. That wasn't me.
And for 4 years of work, which he has done some work, you haven't paid Shane for any Maxwell Farm work, right?
He never completed. Yes, we paid him money for a bunch of different projects that he never completed.
That was my question. As we sit here today, not a bunch of different projects, have you paid Shane, has TFG&S paid Shane for any of the work on 1028, 1030, or 1032?
We don't owe him anything for them properties.
That wasn't my question. Have you paid him anything?
No.
Okay. And if the sale goes through, that's $450,000 more than you paid for the property, right?
Has nothing to do with him, that's correct.
And that's my next question. So as we're sitting here, the only difference between the purchase and now is Shane's work on the property, and you're telling everyone here that TFG&S owes him nothing for that.
What you just said is wrong.
What's wrong?
You just said that the only difference in that farm is what he did to it. The difference is we bought it in a distressed situation, way undervalued. That farm should have been $400,000. Mennonites moved in 3-4 years later and took $4,500 an acre property and drove it up to $77,070 an acre. Look it up. And in everybody's houses, my taxes went up because of 16,000. So everything's gone up in that neighborhood because of the Mennonites and the people that moved in. It went up dramatically. Ransel, nor I, or Shane could control any of that.
And you found out about that increase in February of 2023, right? At the auction.
When the auction sold, that's when I was like, but at that time we had no intentions of selling. That guy came to us, started talking about selling, and then we were looking at like, nothing's ever going to get done.
And a month later, you filed the eviction.
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, Andrew.
Ross?
So let's go back and some of those photographs. Some of them were time dated for July after Shane left.
That is correct.
And some of them had dates in April. And those were photographs that you took when you did the inspection prior to the eviction, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that was looking to see if there were any damages on the damage portion of the eviction, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so that's a correction to your earlier testimony that they were all taken after.
Yeah, I was just looking at that date that was on there, that was on the picture. And as you know, I sent you like 600-700 pictures. And somewhere in there, they probably got shuffled, and I wasn't realizing that there was furniture there, not furniture there. So there was pictures after I left the sheriff department to clarify that I'm going out there.
You rambled.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You agree that the photos where there are pictures, or where there's furniture in the house, those were taken in the inspection prior to when Shane's family moved out?
That is correct.
Okay. And you evicted Shane not because the next door farm sold for a lot, but because he hadn't in 4 years done half the work that he was supposed to do.
In that conversation that day, I asked him, do you have Janice Monrose's $84,000? No. Do you have Dave and Mindy Wickline's $42,000? No. Do you have any of the money that we loaned you or paid you for projects you have not finished? The answer was no. I asked him, do you have any means of any way to buy these purchase these properties as you listed you would? And he said, no. At that point, I have no option. I can't allow him to be there for 28 years until I fall over dead, or he falls over dead. I mean, at some point, you got to say, you're completely broke. You have no way of funding anything. You've spent everybody's money buying trucks and Jeeps and whatever. Therefore, at some point, when you hear that from a guy that you just felt bad for, and you loaned him money, you gave him, I mean, we went over and above being nice to them.
And that was why you filed the eviction.
And at some point, we had to say, we looked at each other and like, after that conversation, we looked at each other and like, this is a dead-end road. He's never going to finish it. He's never going to have the money to buy it. What do we do?
And you acknowledge that when you initially gave him the eviction notice, you gave him a 3-day notice because you hadn't consulted with legal counsel when you weren't.
That is correct, yeah.
And then you consulted with legal counsel and myself, and after that you gave him a 30-day notice.
Yeah, lesson learned.
Okay, that's fine. No further questions, Your Honor.
I have a question, Mr. Lance. Exhibit 7 is the sheriff's report, and the deputy indicates that on March 8, 2023, Patrick Lance came into the Highland County Justice Center to report a possible theft situation. Did the deputy, is that a correct statement?
I believe that was when I was with.
I asked you if it's a correct statement.
I'm looking here to see where are you seeing that at now?
It's right above, it says initial narrative by Justin Bunner, 3/31/23/1140.
Justin Bunner, narrative, I'm looking for the Patrick States hire, oh, here it is.
It's toward the bottom
13,
third of the page.
20,000, we are speaking with Shane derived that SU's unable to complete the project. He states intend to finish the project, provide back to fall in a civil matter. I don't see the stealing part. I'm sorry. Am I looking at the right one?
Page, all right, initial narrative by Justin Bunner. You see that statement there? On March 8, 2023?
Yes.
All right. The statement reads, on March 8, 2023, Patrick Lance came in the Huntington
Oh,
County
okay, I
Justice
see
Center
it now. I was
report
looking
possible
below there.
theft conviction.
Yes,
Is that correct?
that is correct. Because
All right,
when
so
we
you
went-
did go there to report possible theft.
Along with everything else, but what?
Okay, well, let me,
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Again, you have a tendency to just roam on instead of
I know.
answering the question asked.
I'm
All
sorry.
right? Now, I also, if you look at the supplemental narrative, it says that you mentioned about 20,000 you gave him for the project on State Route 73, multiple situations where you paid him, he hasn't finished the work, and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
But you agree that there's nothing in there about your reporting that you were wanting to go to the property to inspect it.
That was correct. I don't know why he did not put that in there.
All right.
But that was on my agenda because he was telling me.
Well, he wrote it,
Sorry.
he didn't write it down.
Yeah,
All right, thank you, that's all I had.
I just didn't want to go out there and get in
Any
trouble.
questions from you, from
No.
either
thank you.
council? All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness,
Jeremy,
I'm sorry, what?
I forgot Jeremy's last name.
Oh,
McPherson.
I'll leave that there, that's the witness book, I think. Thank you. It's right there, it's fine.
I guess the judge was working on it first.
Say something.
Have you been sworn in? Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Have a seat right there. Mhm. That's a microphone you'll need to speak into. All right, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jeremy, would you tell us your name and address, please?
Jeremy McPherson, 955 Cuckoo Road.
Jeremy?
Jeremy.
McPherson, all right,
Yes.
thank you.
And are you familiar with the plaintiff in this case, Shane Maynard?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the defendants, TFG&S, represented by Patrick Lance and Ransel Richards?
I know Patrick, I don't know the other guy.
Okay. And how is it that you know Shane Maynard?
Me and him used to be good friends, and we worked together doing patient lists for Patrick.
You're gonna have to speak up.
Okay. Me and him used to be good friends together, and then we worked together for a little bit doing lifts for Patrick.
Okay. And that's how you, my next question was how do you know Patrick, but that's because you used to install patient lifts with him?
Yeah, years ago.
Okay. And have you had recent involvement with Shane?
2 years probably.
Okay. And were you, did you do some, or help him with some work on what we call the Maxwell Farm,
What's that one?
down in Belfast?
That's the one on Locust?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I didn't do any work there.
Okay. Did you supply some materials to Shane?
Yes.
And what materials did you supply?
Some gray shingles.
Shingles for, and to the best of your knowledge, those shingles were used at the Maxwell house, or on the farm, when the farmhouse is there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I didn't understand this answer. What did you provide him?
Shingles, gray shingles,
Oh,
like
shingles.
roofing
Okay, I
shingles.
got you. All right.
Yeah.
All right, now, her question is, did he use them?
And to
All
the
right,
best of
wait a minute, you object, why?
I objected, Your Honor, I think it assumed facts not into evidence. It said, to the best of your knowledge, did he use those on the Maxwell farm?
Well,
Skipping
okay,
ahead.
I think that's correct, because he said well, no, she asked him that doesn't assume facts in evidence. So this is cross-examination, or actually it's direct examination, but I'm gonna overrule your objection. Go ahead.
To the best of your knowledge, were those shingles used at one of those houses on that farm?
I'm not sure exactly where he used them. I mean, it could have been, I took them there to that property.
You took them to the property on
Yes.
Locust Road? Okay, so you yourself deliver them to the Locust Road property?
Yes, he let me use a flatbed truck, and I hauled some, and then I brought some separate, I believe.
Okay. And were you ever paid for those shingles?
He gave me, I would say 2/3 of the money.
Being Shane?
Half, yeah.
But never paid you the rest of it?
No.
Okay. And so those were not shingles that you purchased yourself for the use of the Maxwell farm?
No, I roofed a hotel in Columbus, and there was we ordered too many. There was leftovers.
Okay. And so you basically sold them to Shane and delivered them to the Maxwell farm, the Locust Road?
Correct,
farm?
yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
No cross, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. Next witness.
I'll call Ransel Richards. Yeah, yes, thank you.
Ransel Richards. Okay. Would you raise your right hand and be sworn? Do you solemnly swear the testimony I'm about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Just have a seat there. May inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Guys, will you tell us your name and address, please?
Ransel W. Richards II, 208 Irvin Road, Blanchester, Ohio.
And you are one of the principals for TFGNS?
Yes.
And I'm not going to belabor any points, so make this very short and direct. You made a loan from TFGNS to Shane, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the amount of that loan?
$5,000.
And has that ever been repaid?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Your Honor, can Mr. Richards see the original Exhibit 3?
Exhibit what?
Exhibit 3, Your Honor, the proposal.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Richards, you should have the original Exhibit 3 in front of you. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay. Can you flip through 4 pages of that to the last page? The last page of Exhibit 3. I think it's 4 pages.
I'm going to object to any questions about this exhibit. It's outside the scope of direct.
Wait a minute. Outside the scope of direct, this is cross-examination, so I'm going to overrule that. He can, so he's the principal in the company, so he's allowed to be cross.
And Mr. Richards, I was trying to get you to the signature page. Is that where you are?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that look like your signature?
I'm sorry?
Does that look like your signature?
Yes, it does.
Do you ever remember signing that document?
No.
The first 3 pages, do you ever remember seeing that document? Before the eviction hearing, to be fair.
I don't recall seeing it. All of the documents, and I signed several with Shane and Patrick, were handwritten. And so I don't recognize this.
And just one more question. As we sit here today, can you be certain that you didn't sign that proposal?
I don't know how to answer that. I mean, it's my signature, but I don't recall ever signing a typewritten document.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, Mr. Richards. I'll take that back from you. Thank you. Any further witnesses?
One more very briefly, I'll call Janice Manhouse.
All right.
And then this is, if you'll stand, the judge, if you'll face the judge, he's going to swear.
Right over here, ma'am.
Oh, if you'll just approach the bench, Judge Cox is going to swear you in.
Yeah, right up here, ma'am. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
All right, now you need to come over here and have a seat there. Watch that step.
A little higher than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. Okay, and if you would speak into that microphone, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Janice, would you tell us your name and your address, please?
Janice Manross, 11041 State Route 124, Hillsborough.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the name again.
Janice, Janis, Manross, Manross.
All right, thank you.
And Janice, do you know Shane Maynard?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
He was dating my granddaughter, and I sold my home in Pennsylvania, and he told me that he had a mobile home for sale and that he would redo for me, completely gut it and fix it all up so I could move right in it. And so
I want you to just listen to the questions I ask you and just answer the questions I ask you, okay?
Okay.
So you know him because he dated, is he now married to your granddaughter?
Yes.
And that's Courtney?
Yes.
Okay. So you are his, or he is your grandson-in-law?
Right.
Okay. And at some point, you started to talk about selling your house in Pennsylvania and he was going to fix you up a place here. Do you recall when that was?
Yes. I don't know the exact date that I gave him the first amount of money. It was either the very end of April or the 1st of May.
Of what year?
Of 22.
2022? Okay. And then you subsequently, did you sell your house in Pennsylvania?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you pay him the rest of the money?
I paid him the rest of the money in September.
Of 2022?
Yes.
And do you recall in total how much you paid him?
Not exactly. It was $84,000 and some odd dollars, and I didn't bring that figure with me.
That's okay. It was over $84,000.
Yes.
And has he ever completed the work that he was
None of
supposed
it.
to do? And you're living now in a rented place, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you sold the home you had, gave him all the money, and he's never completed the work he was supposed to do.
Right.
I'm going to object, Judge, on the basis of relevance.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain that.
I mean, my responsibility goes to the credibility of
Yeah, well, you need to. You can't ask about specific instances. You have to ask about things that are admissible under Rule 404.
How long have you known Shane Maynard?
I'm not really sure when I exactly met him. He came with Courtney in the summer with the boys. That would have been, I don't know, maybe in the fall of 2020, I guess.
2020, so 3.5 or 4 years?
Well, a good 3.
Okay. And over the course of time that you've known him, do you know him to be reliable and dependable, or do you think that you know him to be unreliable and undependable?
I'm going to object again, Your Honor.
I'll sustain that.
You know, it's fine. Mrs. Manos, thank you so much for coming in today.
You're welcome.
Cross?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, you may step down, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Be careful when you go off that step.
I will.
All right, next witness.
No rest.
Okay. Want to move exhibits in?
Yes, and I would move to admit exhibits A through P.
No objections, Your Honor.
A through P? Yeah, okay. All admitted, all right? I'll write that on the index page, all admitted. All right. defendant rest, Mr. George, you have any rebuttal?
I'm sorry, no, Your Honor.
No rebuttal? All right.
No.
Well, as I indicated to counsel in chambers this morning, I want to have written closing arguments on this, and some citations. And one of the things I have a question on, my understanding from reading your pretrial statement is you're basically saying specific performance is not remedy here, because I have heard no testimony that he offered tendered purchase price. So you're basically proceeding on breach of contract, or in the absence of a valid contract, then unjust enrichment. I forgot the other claim, but that's where we're at now.
Yeah,
so we don't need to address the issue of specific performance. Is what I'm saying.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Right.
The other claim was an equitable lien claim, essentially that.
Oh, yeah, okay, equitable lien, okay. So, I would like to have a case citations on that, I guess I guess that's it. Are there any questions about that? What you need?
Just time frames, Your Honor.
Okay, I was thinking 14 days, 7 after that, and then 7 after that.
Yeah, Your Honor, I have an all-week jury trial in Greene County next week.
All right, I can give you a little more time.
I think it'll be settled, but just in case.
Well, you never know. I know. Famous last words.
Yeah.
See, so today is May the 13th. So let's stretch it out to, say, 3 weeks. Would May the 3rd be enough?
That's fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, and is 7 days, or you want, I'm sorry, not May the 3rd, June the 3rd. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and I wrote it down, too.
At least one of you were listening. All right, okay.
Can I have 10 days to respond?
How long?
10 days.
10 days.
But
That would
say
be,
Friday the following.
okay, that would be June the 13th. It's Thursday. I'll give you till June the 14th.
Thank
How's
you.
that? Is that all right?
That's fine,
All right.
thank you.
And then I'll give you 7 days after that to respond.
So we're at
George,
6/21, Your
that'd be
Honor?
the 21st.
Yes.
Right. And plaintiff, defendant, and plaintiff. All right. Now, a couple other housekeeping things. The depositions are not in evidence, so those won't be considered. I never read those. I know judges that do read them, but I always said my belief is that they're not evidence. They're usually for impeachment, and so I do not read them. So those will be in with the non-evidence, the exhibits that were not admitted, which, as I recall, were 1, 2, 8, 40, and 41.
That's correct.
And in that, this copy here was not identified or marked, so it's not offered. So that's, I don't need that because that's not part of the record. All right. Anything else, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Your Honor, does the court need one exhibit book or two? There's another one.
Oh, just one. God, that's enough. Yeah.